Terry is. He's beautiful, sitting up on his beautiful chair looking over the water. He is trustworthy, honourable, devoted, someone you can completely trust, a situation that is safe, a solid romantic relationship. Beautiful. Alrighty, last card. What have we got here for you? Oh, this is him again. Passionate, confident, charismatic. Trust your instincts, a passionate relationship. Beautiful card to finish on. I can see your next 6 months just really taking off for you. So have some faith, trust, do some meditation, speak to your spirit team. You've got a beautiful 6 months coming up. Thank you so much for calling in today.
Thank you so much for having me. You're a blessing. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. Cheers. Thank you. Appreciate it. I believe we have Terry on the phone.
Hello.
Hey, Terry. How are you?
I'm well, thanks. How are you?
Yeah, really good, thanks. Just a general reading, or was there something that you'd like answered tonight, or would it just like a general reading?
I would like a general reading, but I do have one question.
Yeah, please.
Okay, so I'm wondering if I'm going to be moving anytime soon.
Okay, sure. Let's have a look. A couple of cards that can pop out with a move or relocation, so we'll see if they pop out for you. And I'll just pass through anything else that's coming through for you as well.
Okay.
The first card that actually popped out was the Page of Fire, saying enthusiastic, optimistic, creative, news of exciting opportunities, allowing your creativity to soar, do things that fuel your passions. And it's also saying finish what you start. So I'm not sure if any of that makes sense to you.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just saying that they're saying that you're enthusiastic, you can be optimistic and creative. They're saying that do things that fuel your passions. Are you working at the moment?
Yes, I am.
Excellent. Okay. Okay, what have we got? Okay, the wise counselor. Are you quite spiritual yourself?
Yes, I am.
Because the card that's come out, the wise counselor, it's saying unity with a spiritually minded community. And for me, that's saying that you need to surround yourself with people, whether it's a women's circle or a women's group or somewhere where you can be around other spiritually minded people who can enhance your awakening, if that makes sense.
Okay.
It's also saying ask the divine for help and trust the answers will come. So, as I explained to our last caller, we've all got a spirit team who want to help us in our everyday life, but until we invite them in, they cannot intervene. So please have a chat to them and ask them to, especially if there's movers coming, which we'll try and get to, ask them for help. Ask them to open doors for you, to make life easier for you, because I feel like they really want to get some messages through to you. The next card that popped out was the Queen of Water. Say that you're loving, compassionate, psychic, self-sacrificing, deep psychic insights, caring for others but forgetting to take care of yourself. Trust your intuition. And they say that you have a deep love for family and friends. But I feel like that intuition one's popping out quite a lot for me, that you need to trust more.
Okay, that's pretty accurate.
But yeah, there's some, they're saying that there's some psychic insights there as well. So don't push those away. I feel like there's definitely, you're definitely going through an awakening. And look, we've got psychic abilities. We've just got to put our time and effort into them to bring them out. So if that's something that you'd like to follow, I think that a spiritual community would definitely help you.
Okay, I've actually been looking into that.
Excellent. Yeah, it's saying partnering with others who share your dreams. Oh, there's a whole heap that just left. Okay. Okay, the 9 of Fires popped out. Again, ask your angels for help. Are you meditating?
Yes.
Excellent, because the Hermit's popped out and it says time spent in peaceful meditation and meaningful solitude. And again, seek out a spiritual mentor because there's quite a bit of self-discovery there for you. I've also got one here, and I feel like it could be a work thing. Conflicts with others caused by opposing opinions. Walk away from drama unless the situation is really worth your time.
But yeah, well, that's just
You know who that person is?
Oh, yes, I do. But yeah, I do not engage in drama at all. Yeah. I learned that when I was young. I'm not young anymore, and I just walk away.
Yep, good for you. Have you got a man in your life at the moment?
No.
Because the One of Waters popped out. Beautiful new emotional experience, romantic relationship, awakening of psychic abilities or spiritual insights. A new home, finally. Okay. There's your answer there, a new home.
Okay. Well, that's good.
So
well,
with
I mean,
this,
I'm sorry, pardon?
Oh no, you're right. I was just saying, the new home. But I feel like this could be with a man.
Oh well,
because we've got
that's been a long time. I've been single a long time. So.
Yeah, well, I think you're going to be pleasantly surprised. Emotional contentment, a loving relationship. And here he is again, the King of Water, trustworthy, honourable, devoted, someone you can completely trust, a situation that is safe, a solid romantic relationship. So there's definitely someone coming in for you. And I've also got the victory card for you. Wise choices that bring, actually, it's promotions. Is there possible promotion at work? Recognition, promotion,
I don't
something.
think so. I mean, like I'm kind of stagnant at work.
Yeah. I'd be surprised if something pops up for you.
Okay. I was
It's
thinking
funny
about
because
going back to school.
Okay, because the next card that popped out was the Emperor, and it's saying accept a leadership role.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, so interesting. Sounds wonderful. You sounds like you're going to have a great 6 months as well. I feel like this is all happening in the next 6 months, from now to the end of the year and going into the following year.
Okay, so is that going to be like at the same place I'm at now, or is it a different opportunity?
Like a complete, like the work or the move?
Everything. I'm not. I mean, it seems like a lot for a short period of time, because I've kind of just been hanging out.
Yep. No, I really feel like it's all going to come in at once almost. Be a sec. was just having a look at my pendulum there. I'm getting it, yeah, a new man, and something's moving in your career over the next 6 months, maybe in the early part of next year. But I feel like a lot of it's going to come in pretty much one after the other.
#1 psychic radio network and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Eleanor Grace Show with Eleanor Grace. Eleanor Grace. Live from GraceDestiny.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Eleanor Grace Show on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, hi everybody. How are you? How are you doing? Enjoying yourself in the sunshine, hopefully, and looking forward to this week where you can make your connections through to your future, your loved ones, and really connect with those people who are friends and lovers and family members that you want to really have a lot more to do with. So I'm welcoming you to my show. I'm Eleanor Grace and I'm here in London in the UK, and I'm welcoming all of you to our psychic mediumship. I think a lot of you will know about how to connect through using cards. I've got tarot cards here. These are used really to connect you to your future. And that's one of the aspects, I think, of being psychic. We've also got our angel oracle cards here. These are by Doreen Virtue, who's American, and a very prominent expose of psychic information. I also have a candle here. This is to protect all of us, really, with spirit connections that do come in and do give us that extra benefit, maybe a little bit more proof of and evidence of those loved ones that are passed in spirit, that spiritual energy that we always want to know about, we want to connect to. So let's see what we have and who our callers are today. Remember, I'm in London in the UK, and we are connecting across the miles, across the pond, aren't we? So your questions and your information will be particular to you, to everything that is about you. And while we're waiting here for our callers to come in, I'm going to start by shuffling the cards and also letting you know about my live shows that are on TikTok and on Instagram. On TikTok, you'll find me at Eleanor Grace Destiny, and you will find lots and lots of live streams there. I do horoscopes on a Sunday, a tarot guide on a Saturday morning, and I will be live on a live show at 8 o'clock, so that's in about half an hour after this show. So now I've got Helen in Buffalo, New York, USA. Hello there, Helen. How are you today?
Okay, how are you?
Oh, you good? Are you good? Are you? Oh, great, great. I hope you can see me. Oh, absolutely, Helena. Is it Helen or Helena? Let me connect to the right Helen.
It's Helen. Helen.
Okay, all right, Helen. I'm just shuffling some cards now, and I want you to really relax and just think about yourself. Think about all of the opportunities that there are ahead for you, and think about all of your wishes and dreams. Now, the very first card that you have here is the Ace. This is the Ace of Wands. So this is a point in destiny. This is allowing you to really fulfill your dreams very positively by, I think, just allowing you to ask your question. I think that's what you've got to do. there's a new beginning here, but this follows quite a dramatic time in your recent past. It's not very long ago that I think you would have been quite dispirited, quite downhearted, been wanting to pull yourself up together again, find the energy, find that dynamic source here of spiritual connection to move forward. Is that how you felt here, Helen? Have you felt as though everything was
I still
low
feel
and
like that.
down?
Yes, I
Do
still
you?
feel like that. Yes.
Well, you've got a breakthrough then. If you're still feeling like that and it hasn't passed yet, then you've got a breakthrough coming. And that's really exciting for you. You are being a bit
Okay.
defensive, aren't you? You're pushing people away quite a lot. That's what I'm feeling, that
Oh yeah, I
you
already
don't
pushed them
really.
away. Yeah, I pushed them away.
I know, I can see it. I can see it here. And yet you don't need to. You don't need to be quite so defensive. Try and think about welcoming new people here into
Oh.
your world. I've got this
They
lady.
don't treat me right, so that's why they don't treat me right, so that's why I pushed them away.
I don't blame you, because the selection of people that you've had to deal with has not been very great. But there is this lady here that I'm showing you in this card, who is a very proud woman, and she's possibly a good friend of yours, a person that you can rely upon, a person that you can trust. And she is entering into your life and giving you some opportunities. And I think that this will be around what you do every day, your workplace or hobbies or recreation, what it is that fills your day. She's going to involve herself in that process and give you some friendship, I think, and an opportunity to bring you into the present day and to allow you to feel differently about friendship groups and maybe even about people connected to your past, because that's
do
been
I know
giving
her?
you. I don't know whether you do. Are you starting a new job or something new here, Helen?
I don't. No,
You don't work? No?
no.
Okay. So would you be starting a new project, maybe online, or creating a new hobby for yourself? Because there's friendship groups, and I feel that she is one of those people that you're going to meet, that you're going to, really get along well with. And she has a lot of time for you. There's a lot that you're going to do together, a lot of common ground, common interests that you feel together. She may well be around your community, because I feel that there's somebody that's coming in and out of your house or perhaps into your space, but she's very welcoming. She's a lovely lady. And I think she's the first person that you're going to befriend. So that's coming up. It's a new dimension for you. So don't forget that you've got these new starts, brand new starts here in your life. And these cards here will give you that sense of wanting to do something different, do something new. And I'm just taking this one here for you, because I think this one is so very important. And this is about partnerships. Sometimes it can be indicative of romance that starts to blossom, but in the very first instance, this is about a new friendship that you are starting, and this belongs to groups of people. So I think that you're entering into a time here where everything can be so very, very different for you, a different experience to what you've had in the past. Now, I also have a lady in spirit with you. There's a soul who's looking down on you, wanting to send you encouragement, love, and some sort of upliftment. So really making you feel as though you belong and that you have got great times that are coming into your life now, and that you can be feeling very proud and very pleased with yourself. And I think that's quite important. You do need to feel uplifted and to feel, I think, as though, life can be very special. Now, we have the crystal ball here. This has got citrine in it. So you can see the yellow markings, the orangey yellow markings that are in the ball. And this I'm showing you because you have lots of fragments here in the crystal that indicate that you will be picking up the pieces from your past. You will be feeling healthier and happier. You're looking inquisitive, very curious here. Got a puzzle on your face, really scrutinizing other people, not being very trusting either in who approaches you. But you are being asked here from spirits that are from those angelic forces that have passed over, to open up your mind a little bit, to be a little bit more adventurous and to seek opportunity that you really can muster. You can really get this going yourself, and you can be feeling as though everything is better all of a sudden. You don't need to feel as though your life is closed in any way. And I do have you now wanting to really express yourself. Now, you're being given here, get more information. So have you had an illness, Helen, that has been quite restrictive? Yeah?
I have a lot of sicknesses. I have
Okay, a lot of conditions. Yeah. Well, there's more information that is coming to you about how you can make the best of your conditions, how you can make the best of your health matters, because I think there's something new, there's an intervening force that's here that says to you, look, Helen, what about trying this procedure? Or what about looking at this resolve? But healing is around you. So you obviously need it. That's what you're asking for. I do have yes here in your cards. So you will be given an opportunity to perhaps undertake a new regime, or just at the very, very least have a little bit more advice. And the advice that is coming really allows you to be extremely proactive in everything that you do. So I think you've got help along the way. And this lady coming into your home, I think that she does. Maybe she's there as a helper, somebody that can solve a few problems for you, somebody that can allow you to feel so very much better about yourself, and a person that you can trust, because trust is bringing that confidence back to you. At the moment, Helen, you don't trust anybody. Everybody is no-go area. I don't want to know. And however, you've got two yeses. Another yes is shown to you from angel spirit. So do you have a mother that has passed already, a mother who is in spirit?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Yes.
I feel that she's with you, and perhaps suffered from some of the same trials and tribulations that you suffer from as well, some of those difficulties that you've had as well. So, yeah, I feel that you have that spiritual sense that is really making you feel delighted with today and with this reading, because your mother is here. I think she wants to take you somewhere else. She wants to grab a hold of your hand here and literally move you into a different dimension. I'm not talking about your health. I think your health is getting a bit better and you've got help and some considerations there. But I think you're expanding your life, and I think that is your message here today. Look for opportunities to really push out your future, no matter how restricted you may feel that that future is at the moment. There are opportunities, you're being given encouragement, and you really are being given the green light for go to say, go for it. You know, just really try and allow yourself the freedom of expression to just believe a little bit more in that friendship group that is going to come around you, and the one lady in particular. I'm going to give you Sue. I feel that it's a very short name, but Sue is the person that I think you're about to meet. Do you know anybody with that name at the moment, Helen?
I have a sister-in-law named Sue, but I haven't seen her in years and years and years.
Oh, wow. Maybe she's contacting you, and that would be a good omen. However, watch for the name, because I feel that this is somebody new who is entering into your world, and a person that brings you hope and consideration and a great deal of comfort. So it's been wonderful to speak to you. Your mother has come through today. Let's see what her little message is for you from the angels. Let me have a look and see which one we're going to choose. So we've got a selection here. Let's go for this one. No need to worry. Ah, that's a lovely card. And that's your message to end this particular session with. But do drop your comments down to me onto the chat, or come and visit me on TikTok. That's Eleanor Grace Destiny. You'll find me there from 8 o'clock. But it's been wonderful speaking to you. I wish you well. Now, I'm going to my next caller here, who is Corinne. Hello, Corinne. Are you waiting for me? Welcome to my show.
Thank
Hello,
you.
Corinne.
Thank you.
Corrine, hello. Is it Corrine? I think it was saying
Yes.
names very differently in the USA to what we do in London, but welcome anyway. I'm Eleanor here, Eleanor Grace, and I'm just shuffling some cards right for you right now, and going to be taking one or two of those. Just to connect with you though, Corrine, I feel that you will be taking a big decision really quite soon. It's an important one. You have to weigh things up. There's juggling around. Maybe you've been doing this for a few months already, particularly going back to earlier in the year, this year, to February. That was a time of change where you had to perhaps look at different options that were available to you in your immediate future. But equally, I feel that you had to reassess, sort of understand what it was that you particularly wanted in your year this year. Well, now we're at July, so we're about 4 or 5 months on, and I think that you would have made a lot of progress, but I still feel that there's a brick wall in front of you, that there's blockages that are there, and you have got to make a decision which way to go, left, right, or do you jump over this wall, do you knock it down? But you cannot go backwards, and that's your message here today. Do you understand that, Corrine? Do you understand that imagery that I've given to you, that I'm connecting to you psychically? Yeah?
Yes. Very close, yes.
Okay. So the King is next. This is the King of Pentacles. So this is matters connecting to money, resources, your own assets, finances, corporations, really, authorities. So that's where I want to go next, really, that there does seem to be a little battle here. It might be a big battle, but there's a battle over something that you feel is an injustice around you, and something that you want to put right. And I also have the past, your past, where you felt as though you were perhaps disrespected, that you weren't treated well enough from there was a man in your past that didn't treat you very well. I certainly know that. But then there's younger people who didn't really show you the gratitude or even the respect that you actually deserve, Corrine. So we've got the devil in the detail here. And what I'm connecting to is this great big decision that you've got to make because you've hit this brick wall. You have to sort that out. You have to, barge your way through it. You cannot just stay the same because your travel of direction, your directional travel here is forward, forward, forward. That's where you're going. But there's plans, there's an injustice, there's detail that you have to work out, and there's authority. Do you understand all of those messages that I'm giving to you here, Corinne?
Yes, the last part more so than anything, yeah. And
Okay,
I was
so
going to
explain
ask
to
you,
us all then on air.
I'm going through some medical problem. I haven't gone to the doctor or anything, but do you see anything that it will ease up? It's been with me for 5 days already.
Oh dear. Yeah, you're relying very much on your inner self here, sort of inner healing qualities. And you've got an abundant array of remedies that you've used. You've used them all up because I've got the number 5 here. So this is your time scale. You've talked about 5 days. So that's where we're at the moment. So you've got to really release yourself and give yourself some choices. The Lover's card here gives you a choice. Do you have a partner, Corinne?
No, he's passed.
Okay. I feel that he's with you because I've got little drops of rain that are coming down. Did he like the rain at all? What is it about you, him, and the rain? What message is that for you?
I don't know, to be honest with you. I don't know if he liked the rain. I never discussed it with him.
So, sometimes it can be tears, the raindrops are shown to me. So sometimes that can be frustration and tears, sadness that I think you are feeling. But equally, I think there's an answer to your problem. You will be seeing somebody, though. I think you have got to see a lady. There's a woman here that I feel will be treating you. Does your head hurt a lot?
No, not really. I do have headaches, but not frequent.
Okay.
My neck could be my neck.
I wonder if it's there. I've got the whole area of your head here, which is why I'm going here to the head. But you've got the Magician now, Corinne. So the Magician does solve problems. It brings in unexpected answers for you. And it brings in a whole range of problem solving, but it will be unexpected. So I feel that you will get a headache because it's a bolt out the blue. It's sudden pain that I feel you will have, and that you will have to contact somebody. Somebody is coming to your aid and you are being helped and supported. And I feel that you need it. You really need it. Now, 3 days at the most is the maximum amount of time that you have in your immediate future to really try and get this resolved, to introduce some new remedies, some new practices into your life so that you can feel better. But I do have improvement, lots of it. Are you trying different remedies yourself, like, sort of herbal remedies?
Yes.
Or different foods? Yeah, I think some of them are working. And I've got inflammation being a problem, particularly that brings pain to you. So perhaps look at your diet here, look at this, and try to sort out one thing from another. Because, let me just look into the crystal now. The crystal here I'm showing to you brings a plateau. So you're reaching a point of healing. You can probably see this here. It's this line that I have right in the center of the crystal, and you will be able, I feel, to reach a point where everything calms down for you. Everything is, really relaxed, and you're feeling as though it's just a lot smoother, a lot better, and that you have absolutely the opportunity to just relax, chill. There's lots of water, so you're drinking lots and lots and lots of fluids that I have. But these are your own remedies as well, and they're very powerful. I think they're really good. Other people would benefit a great deal from your recipes. So try and make a note here of your recipes. Try and make a note of what it is that is so very special about the drinks in particular, the liquids in particular that you have to help you with your health problems. Aside from your health, I think that you've got helpful people coming into your future. So there will be an array of different hands that have been reaching out to you. And I do feel that you have a lot to look forward to. So don't give up, be aware, don't give up, be very strong now, particularly knowing that your husband who has passed over is with you, sending you love, a few tears and some rain as well. Don't forget the rain. You'll think about that. Perhaps come back to me and let me know. Maybe pop in to my TikTok, which is in half an hour, on Eleanor Grace Destiny. And I'll see you next week.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for As Above, So Below with Tiffany. Search Facebook for As Above, So Below Healing and Wealth. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is As Above, So Below on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the channel. I hope everybody is having a fairly okay Mercury retrograde season. It is officially over next Thursday on July 23rd. I know it's been a lot for all of us. Technology hiccups, scheduling hiccups, but you just kind of learn to ride the wave after a while with it going into retrograde so often. But I'm going to do a little bit of a collective pull here, and then we'll see what's going on for the collective. We have material harvest. So, I don't know if my screen will show that, but material harvest. This is all about grounded money. So anything that you have been putting your intentions in, your time in, your efforts in, this is going to start to grow and expand. And we also have Jupiter in Leo. So anything that Jupiter touches, it expands. And especially with it being in Leo, Leo is a very proud, boastful, and it's a very charismatic sign. So anything that you do to put yourself out there, take risks, take chances, it's really going to kind of put everything on center stage. And so, yeah. And I'm just going to wait for my caller to come through. Suzanne in Pensacola, how are you, love?
I'm good. How are you? I'm so happy you took my call.
Yes, of course. I'm doing great. What can I help you with tonight?
Um, I don't know if can I just ask a question or
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
okay. I've been waiting for this claim to come through of mine, and it gets always 2 more weeks, 2 more weeks, 2 more weeks. Do you think it's going to come to me in the next couple weeks?
Let's see. I am getting a yes, but it feels like it's going to take a little bit of a longer period. So what exactly, we have the Four of Wands here, so that's great news. And then I just pulled the Material Harvest too, which both of those are about, really bringing things to you, and celebration. Four of Wands in traditional tarot is something of celebration. So, how long have you been waiting on this claim for?
Oh my God, it's been almost 6 years, but I signed all the paperwork in September, and then I got a email in May saying, the checks are going to start going out, and then there was another holdup. So to me, it could be any day, it could be next week. It's just something always ties it up.
Okay. Yeah, I'm hearing, like, give it patience. I feel like it will come through. But just really give it, I know it's already been a while, but give it a little bit more time. And yeah, I do see it coming through though. So
Oh, well, that's a good thing.
yeah.
Well, I appreciate that, Tiffany. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know that.
Of course. Is there anything else that we can clarify, or?
Oh, I love that. I didn't know I could ask more than one question, so it is
Yeah.
great. I have a friend that's in a distance. I haven't heard from him in a while. And I wanted to know if his name is Michelle, if his feelings are more than friendship, and if he's ever going to express them.
Oh, good question. Okay. All right. So let me get a little bit of info on that. Okay. All right. So how long have you guys been friends for?
Oh, we've been friends for 34 years.
Wow. Okay.
Mm.
Okay.
But the availability just came over for both, just came in the last couple of years. You know what I mean?
Of course. Yeah. It feels like he's got some stuff that he is working through. And the reason why I say that is because we have the Five of Wands here, we have the Hanged Man, and we have the King of Swords. So he feels very kind of pragmatic, and he knows how to articulate, but there seems to be something else going on for him that he is dealing with at the moment. Have you had any sort of conversations with him about deeper?
No, he completely shut down, and I don't know why.
Okay.
The corresponding, I mean, everything kind of just came to a halt.
Okay. Yeah.
And he's not doing it with me. He's doing it with other people and other mutual friends.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like there's some personal stuff that he's really, really going through right now. And it's not that he doesn't care, but again, with this Five of Wands, it feels like it almost feels overwhelming when I tap into some of the energy. So if you want, you can reach out and just say, hey, I'm thinking of you, not expecting anything, just to say I'm there, and, see if there's any sort of response there. But I don't see him reaching out anytime soon. which is probably not the answer that you want to hear, but
It's okay. I want to hear the truth,
yeah.
It hurts sometimes, but it's best to have it.
Yeah. Do you know if he's going through any sort of legal stuff?
That I'm not aware of. He's been very just quiet, hush, hush. It like I said, it's not just me, it's people around him, mutual friends. It's just disappeared.
Yeah. I feel like there's some deeper things going on that he doesn't want, put out all over the place. So, but yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
Mm.
But as far as you, I would say keep focusing on you. Because again, I pulled the abundance card for you too. But within this specific dynamic, I would, if you want, reach out in a few, days or weeks, just to say, hey, I'm still here. But again, I feel like there's some deeper things, and he's not going to come and talk until he's ready. So.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll try that in a couple weeks then.
Yeah. But focus on what you got right now. So.
I will. Well, thanks, Tiffany. I appreciate your time tonight.
Of course. Thank you, Suzanne. So nice to meet you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Nice to meet you.
All right. Beautiful. All right, everybody. Thank you for being with me. If you would like general tarot, I have my tarot YouTube channel. I also post psychic development on there. It is As Above, So Below Healing and Wellness, and it's totally free if you subscribe. I go in depth about history of tarot. I go through the clairs. I do mediumship, astrology, manifestation, and my philosophy with all of psychic abilities is everybody has psychic abilities, and everybody has the ability to tap into mediumship. And I have a big, I'm very passionate about helping people develop that sense, because it puts the power back in your hands. So if that is something that you would like more info on, again, YouTube is a great source. As Above, So Below Healing and Wellness. I'm also on Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. But other than that, I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your evening and stay sane through Mercury retrograde. We're almost there. I will see you on the next one. Bye, Belsby.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Soul Song Healing with Lizzie. Live from soul-songhealing.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Soul Song Healing on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
So today's show is a little different. I offer healing on animals. I'm also a medium, so I do pet mediumship, and I'm an animal communicator. So this show is dedicated to a dog that I helped, who taught me a lot. And I helped him towards the end of his life, and he taught me a lot about the nature of transitioning. That was his word for death. And so his name is Jenkins, and I wrote something about the experience, about what he taught me that I'd want to share first. And then we're going to bring in his person to do some pet mediumship, so I can talk to animals who are living, who have passed away. And I love doing healing sessions where I can relay messages and do healing work on the animal. So this is about Jenkins. When I was asked to perform healing on a dog who was about to transition, I had no idea he would teach me so much. His name is Jenkins. I learned a lot about the nature of transitioning. I'm using this word consciously because what he showed me had nothing to do with this finality we call death. He showed this unbreakable cord between him and his human, and that nothing could possibly sever it. He explained that all three of us, me, his human, and him, have incarnated and have transitioned millions of times, innumerable amounts of times. He even advised her to visit her own grave at a burial site, an Indian burial site. While preparing to transition, he explained that he'd been traveling through astral realms, visiting different places while asleep, and that he'd already exist in some way in those realms, so we're multidimensional. We discussed how you can be a spirit guide, but also come reincarnate here on Earth at the same time. He wishes to come back as a white cat to have kittens and be with his human once more. He explained he would be a spirit guide who will always be there at his human's left side, always on the left side. He referenced a painting that was made in his honor, and he said, "Please don't look at the painting as if that's me who left. I'm right here. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just returning to all that is. I'm leaving this vessel. I'm already everything. I'm not going anywhere. I can never go anywhere." And he talked about this eternal exchange of love between him and his human, Elizabeth. He explained that he had been taken care of, that she had taken care of him, and now he had arranged beautiful things for her in the form of a scavenger hunt around the world. These are surprise spiritual experiences that will unfold to help her heal and enjoy life. He said he planned it all out just as he had already planned out his next lifetime as a cat. It is a really beautiful experience to understand that our loved ones do not leave us. They're just shifting form. They're right next to us. We lose that physical aspect, but they're right with us. And that it's something I feel like we as a collective had understanding of for a long time and then lost understanding of. I believe that led to a lot of scarcity mentality and fear on Earth, or at least a change in consciousness. And it is natural to experience grief. I'm not saying to bypass grief at all. I think I just have found this new understanding that your loved ones remain by your side, walking with you. "I'm still going to be here," was the main message he wanted to convey. "I'll always be here. We'll always be connected. Nothing can sever our love. It's the most binding force in the universe." He said transition is not a loss, it is a transformation, but it may be experienced like a loss. Jenkins explained that although it may appear that our loved ones are gone, it is how the sun appears gone at nighttime. We just perceive it as having disappeared, but it just appears that way. I love this analogy. I find it very poignant and poetic. He talked about humans want to go back and revise our lives. We think certain things shouldn't have happened the way that they happen, especially painful things, but that everything plays out exactly as it's supposed to. Jenkins elaborated by showing a field of yellow flowers, with every flower coming up in its own timing, divine timing. He also said that humans don't respect the autonomy of other animals, that he loves that his human does, and her life choices. He was upset that he was not able to choose whether to be a father or not. I have a new profound understanding of what transition actually is and what it's not. And it's not a disappearing act. Your loved ones are not put in the ground and that's it. It's not that they're in this other realm where we can't access them. Your loved ones are right next to you, but they're also in this other realm. They're also in other realms all at the same time because we're multidimensional. So we exist in all these other different places concurrently. Love between you and them transcends universes and lifetimes and is unquantifiable. I learned a lot about what it means to leave this plane. You don't really leave completely. You're still with your loved ones, but you're unencumbered. I understand this from the soul of a dog who explained that he just chose to be a dog for a little while, advising all of us to experience more joy and dance and play because we're really only here for a short while. Out of everything in his whole life, he loves his human Elizabeth the most, and it is his honor to incarnate for her. I love her too. Jenkins, now that you've transitioned, I feel your presence with me more strongly. Thank you for teaching us and being a loyal friend. So we're going to take a caller who is Elizabeth Jenkins' person and do some pet mediumship for her so we can talk to Jenkins.
Hi, Lizzie.
Hi, Elizabeth. How are you?
Hi. I'm always get emotional when I hear that message from Jenkins. It's so touching.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Me too.
Yeah, but I'm well, and I'm really looking forward to connecting with Jenkins through you. And if there's something he wants to start with, that's great. But if you want a question from me first, I was.
Yeah, if you have a question, I am getting some messages, but I like to kind of start off.
We can let him go.
Okay. He's happy to be here, obviously. He's telling me that he comes to you in dreams. He's visiting you in dreams, changes forms. He says that he comes in the form of a man with pale skin and dark hair. Does that make sense?
I'm not remembering a dream like that, but I had a experience during a meditation where this man's face appeared and came straight toward me, and with this amazing, beautiful love in his eyes.
Wow.
He had dark hair and Asian features.
Yeah, he just showed really pale skin. He's saying he's okay. He's also saying that he's with a dog of yours.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, he's with another very playful and yeah, he's been welcomed.
So is that the dog? We had both of them together for a number of years, a golden retriever named Guinness. Is that who he's with?
Yeah, that's it. He's also saying that Guinness is also as a young boy. So that's something kind of amazing. He wants to thank you. He says that you gave him a really excellent life. He's kind of going through the different aspects of his life that he enjoyed. One of them is that he's saying that he got to be treated as an equal. He's giving me a lot of messages all at once. He's saying he misses his family. He's with his family. He's caring for your hearts. He says that he loved the glow of your heart when you would see him. So I'm guessing that's when you would come home. That's kind of what he's showing me. He said that he loved playing with your son, Brennan, and that he loved being a puppy, and that things got a little more difficult as he got older because of his body. He's also saying that like you gave him excellent medical care, and I know from working with you that you've got him energy work, acupuncture. Like he's
Right.
just, I got excellent care, and that he had a really amazing time. Like his bond with you, um, like he's alluding to a time where you two lived alone in an apartment. He's just saying he really loved this period of his life.
Neat.
Yeah. Um, and he's saying I visit in her dreams. There are times where you wake up and you don't remember, but he's visiting you quite a lot. Oh, he also says he loves the smell of grass, and that dogs
Oh,
just
cool.
showing me like the way that dogs can really perceive the world through their scent. And oh, and that he loved your mom's ear scratches. Um,
Aw.
yeah, so that's
Sweet.
pretty cool. Um, I'm kind of curious about what he looks like now.
Right? Does
And
he appear in dog form, or does
Oh.
can he choose?
He can choose. Like, I think that word unencumbered is probably the best word to use here, because I'm seeing him as a light being. He's saying I can take whatever form I choose to take. And
Mm.
I'm kind of asking, can you show us one of your forms? Like, I'm kind of curious. And he shows this moving thing of light with these big blue eyes, but there's a feeling like he doesn't actually need those eyes to see. I think he's just kind of showing me the eyes so I can understand. But it's really like, wow, he feels very free.
Mm.
He's coming through really strongly, and he took a lot of pride in protecting his family and watching over, and he's doing things on the other
Yeah.
side of everyone to heal hearts, to help with pain, to help with life circumstances. That's still something he's like, that never stopped. But he says he watches over you while you sleep. I think it's kind of like when you were sleeping when he was here in the physical, like he's just like,
always in my bedroom.
yeah, he's
Yeah.
always, yeah, that's what I'm seeing. He's like, I'm still here watching over you when you're asleep, like he's guarding you.
Yeah, he took that seriously.
Yeah, he takes it very seriously. It's a big
Yeah.
source of pride. But yeah, he's pretty satisfied with the life that he had, and he's just feels very free. But you know, there's a sense of like, I'm there with you. I want you to get help feeling me there.
Yeah, I would like that.
Yeah,
Mhm.
because he's definitely present, but he can see you grieving him while he's in the room. And this is something I encounter a lot in mediumship. It's like the person's trying to, or you know, in this case, it's a dog, but the soul is trying to say, "Hey, I'm right here." But yeah, so I might need to help with that if I can. And once
That would be
again,
welcome.
the smell of grass. He loves. Well, I guess it's going to rain today. He was saying something about the smell of grass in the rain. Probably the best.
Oh, yeah.
It's something about it. It makes him very happy. But he's saying he got better treatment as a dog than most people do as a human, which I think is kind of funny. He kind of looked out. But the love that's coming through, I think, is really healing for me, because it's just like it's like cable connects like a bridge. It's like so strong, this love, that it's healing to actually tap into it. Like I might tear up. I shouldn't tear up. This is life, but it's really powerful. And yeah,
That's
he
beautiful.
just loves his family. He liked making friends. He loved the way your mom scratched him on the head. He doesn't want to leave her out. He's like had a special bond with. Or when people snuck him food, he liked those people. Yeah.
Making him food.
Yeah, I showed a couple of your friends did it without telling you, which is like, I'm not gonna name names, but yeah, he says that humans in general, we live with too much regret, which is kind of echoes what he said before of like woulda, coulda, shoulda. He's like, live your life.
Yeah.
Don't go back. Go move forwards and find reasons for joy. So I think he's going to continue helping you with that.
I love that.
Me too. Yeah. What an amazing teacher. Like, I did not expect that from, but he's a very passionate soul.
Yeah, it's interesting when he was in dog form, he didn't appear passionate. That wasn't like his personality, but it comes through now.
Yeah, I mean, he has a good sense of humor, which I didn't expect, and the passion is really towards you. Like, he's just loves you more than I've.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot, your friendly neighborhood esoteric practitioner, coming to you live from the city of New York here, rounding out the end of July. So we see we made it through this part of the summer. And I'm glad to be here, and I'm glad you're here with me. And you know something, I'm not going to say anything silly like, Jeepers, this is the high point of my week, because I'll tell you the truth. If I won the lottery, this would still be the high point of my week. I really, I once won $60-something on a slot machine for a quarter, so that was pretty good. But no, this is actually my favorite thing to do all week. I look forward to it, and I think that after 14 years, you'd suspect that I don't get nervous, but I do. I do get nervous before the show starts. I found something today while I was cleaning out my desk, which is a rare achievement. Let me show you this. See if does that show up? Can you see who that is? Can you see that card? That's Mae Questel, who was the voice of Betty Boop and the voice of Olive Oil. And this explains an awful lot about my life, because it says here, Dear Elliot, happy future from 1977. All the best, Mae Questel. So in 1977, Mae Questel wished me a happy future. And by gosh, I got it. I've had, things have been, my past was pretty good too now that I think of it. But of course, at the time she wrote that, what is now my past was my future. So that, let's, if you have a special wish from Mae Questel, that's apparently that's the key to success. That's the secret of life. And I every time I hear a Betty Boop cartoon start up, I have to watch and pay obeisance to the great lady herself, Mae Questel. So those the high points of my life include getting born again. Now I don't mean that in the come take me down to the river thing. I'm pretty sure that I was born before. And I'll tell you why. I mean, Rupert Sheldrake, the British scientist who's either reviled or adored, has this theory that memory exists outside the body, and he calls it morphic resonance. And we don't remember in our brain, but our brain is tuned to pick up the memories that are in the field around us. And that's not as screwy as it sounds, because there's certain things like how 1,000 birds you can see in the sky flying in one direction, they all suddenly at the same moment go in the next direction, and nobody knows how they managed to do that. I mean, they should be pounding into each other and colliding, but no, they don't. Memory could possibly be genetic. We could inherit memory. Now, they used to deny this, the much denied theory of inherited characteristics being acquired characteristics being inherited. But science has now found that it does happen, and it is true. So they had to, in order to not seem foolish, they had to invent a whole new category, which they call morphic resonance. No, I'm sorry, that's what Sheldrake calls it. They call it, what do they call it? Epigenetics. There, you see, you got to wake up, Elliot. Epigenetics. That's their name for what they can't explain here. And there was a bird in Holland. It was also around in London too, and that's an important point. A little teeny bird called a blue tit, and no snickering now. And in the early 20th century, it learned how to pick a hole in the milk bottles that were left on the doorstep by the milkman and drink the cream from the top of the bottle, which was pretty annoying for people. I mean, they didn't want to have secondhand milk bottles anymore. Well, World War II came along, and Holland was occupied by the Germans for years. And there were no more milk deliveries during that period. And the birds have like about a 5-year lifespan, and they were occupied in Holland for 8 years, and all those birds that knew how to do that died. Once the milk deliveries started up again, the new flock of birds started doing it. They started doing that again. And then it was noticed that the birds all over the world, those birds, wherever they were, started doing it. Well, how did they know? How did they know? It's the same thing that any psychologists who play with rats, and a lot of them do, sweets to the sweet, I'd say. But you teach a rat how to run a maze, and then all the other rats in the cages around will start learning it easier too. It's very strange. So as you know, I missed almost all the shows, if not all of them, in June because I injured my leg. And it's healed up pretty nicely, but I'm still a little wobbly sometimes when I walk between my leg and my pretty bad vision these days. So I use a cane. I was smart enough to buy a cane in my 30s, a nice sturdy cane, to put it aside for when I'm an old man, and here I am. And to my horror and surprise, I found that when I walk down the street using the cane, I'm very comfortable with it. I use it quite naturally, as though I had done it before. And then I recalled that all through my life, I've had dreams about a prior existence where it was me, and I was injured in World War I, and my leg was injured, and I spent my time in these dreams here in New York, which is odd because neither of my parents are from America, let alone New York, that I spent I walked with a cane in my dreams. For years I saw this. And now, was I remembering something? Is it possible that we within us carry all the memories of our ancestors in the DNA? Because we have their DNA, let's face it, So when people ask me how old I am, I tend to say I'm 4 billion years old for that reason. Why be coy about it? I'm an old man. I'm 4 billion years old. How old are you? You're 4 billion years old too, actually. So this might be why certain things like tarot work. I have no idea. I mean, this predates Carl Jung, who wrote a lot of things. If there's a wonderful book by a woman named Nichols called Jung and Tarot, which you might want to read, and you can find a little bit about that at my website, magic-works.com, magick-works.com, at the book page. Hey, listen, this is an exciting show because I'm going to do something different today. I'm not going to try to sell you anything. I'm not into commerce today. I'm just into enjoying the time with you and chatting with you and getting to know you and you know, if you want to talk off, yeah, it takes a lot of guts to get out here in front of all these people and talk about what's going on in your life. So if you really don't want to do that, if you want to talk with me privately, that's easy to do. You could just send me an email at asktarot, ASKTAROT @earthlink.net, and I will be more than happy to get in touch with you because it's amazing the people you meet. And I've met people through this who, it turns out, knew some of the same people I knew. You know, we are just, you know, a few degrees of separation from almost everybody. You know. So there you go. We could, if we had, you know, if this was a 3-hour show, we'd have a blast. But then I'd be Joe Rogan, and I'd be making $110 million out of this, and there'd be no tarot cards. There'd be no tarot cards. I would just say a certain word that begins with the letter F and ends with K, and it ain't fire truck. I would be saying that a lot. Just why are they doing that now? Why are all these middle-aged politicians saying that word constantly? I mean, what is it with them? I mean, is there a person like an official senatorial wash your mouth out with soap person, or are they just trying to appear their idea of manliness? I have no idea, but that's about as political as I'm going to get, and I feel comfortable doing that because it's not a partisan issue. It's a juvenile issue, but there you go. You know, you'd think that the people who write the laws had a more extensive vocabulary, but that's neither here nor there. So anyway, here we are. We're going to be getting together around what I call the magical window, because the tarot cards allow us to see into the things that we can't see otherwise. I'm stalling because I've got that feel. You know, this feeling that you know you're about to sneeze. Now, you know, come on, guys. This is, you know, I'm fighting off a cold, is what it is. I took some over-the-counter cold medicine about 11 o'clock this morning, and it should be wearing off about now. Nice move, Elliot. You know, time it better next time. You know, so I think it was a 12-hour thing. But it certainly isn't going to be doing me any favors if I suddenly start sneezing all over the place. And it's allergy season here in the rotten apple, as we like to call it when it gets warm, the baked apple. But you know, that's New York. If you haven't been to New York, I would have recommended that you come and visit because it's a wonderful place. But now I don't even know where you'd stay. The hotels are all full. You've been reading about that in the news, and they're not full of tourists, let's put it that way. Visitors. I don't like calling them tourists. I like to call our guests visitors. I always enjoy talking to people. Now, there's a problem with that. If I stop a group of, obviously you can spot out-of-towners because they tend to stop in the middle of the street on the sidewalks and talk, and they look at maps and books. What did I tell you? Yeah, you see? Psychic, right? Whew, boy, that was a good one. Now, if this had just been the old radio version of the magical window, I could have just hit the sneeze button over here. But no, I not me. I don't keep secrets. But if I go up and I start talking to tourists, and they ask me for directions or something like that, and I give it to them, I'm in trouble because I'm not a licensed tour guide. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? A native New Yorker, lifelong New Yorker, I live in the heart of the theater district. The great Broadway theater district, that's where I live, the exciting place where I made a lot of money once and had a lot of fun and met a lot of great people. And yet, I can't do that. Now, is that a First Amendment violation or what? I wouldn't charge them for it, of course. I mean, come on. You have guests in your house. Do you charge them? Well, depends on whether or not they're in-laws, I suppose. But no, you see, that's the thing, is that I don't I don't sneer at visitors to New York, because everybody comes here and eventually people move here. It's a lot harder. Back in the old days, when I was in my 20s, a dollar back then was worth more than $5 now. So it was pretty easy, way more than that. I don't know how people survive here now, but we do okay. Financially, it can be draining, but there's ways. You always used to take umbrage at that phrase from that New York song. If you can make it there, you can make it anywhere. No, you see, if you can't make it in New York, you can't make it anywhere else. That's the difference. This town is full of gullible pushovers. Anybody can succeed. Trust me. That guy I mentioned, 6 Degrees of Separation. That was a play about a con artist who was here in New York. He succeeded because you can do that here in New York. This is the land of con artists. I knew a guy once who fell for a con hook, line, and sinker, and I had to warn him. I said, get out of there, because he's going to get arrested and you're going to go down with him. And he finally left, and then lo and behold, the guy got arrested. There were a few famous actors and actresses associated with that thing. They always do that. They always latch on to people like that because people get starstruck. But, see, well, look, the sneeze is out of the way. I guess I can be finished with my rambling. All of this is my way of saying I really enjoy being here with you, and I'm glad that you came to visit, and I hope you visit every week and tell your friends about me and have them join in too. So we've got the cards all shuffled up. I'm going to now do what I always do, which is ring a bell 3 times to declare sacred space. And then we will open the magical window. That was like 3 1/8. Sounds like a Munchkin's hat size. But here, we'll pull back the curtain on the magical window now for Shauna in Mobile, Alabama. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm doing well.
Well, let's see if we can make that a little better. What can I look at for you?
Just whatever you're drawn to. Like just a general, I guess.
I'll just
like
I'll
an
cut the
overall,
cards.
just whatever you're drawn to.
The card I got when I cut the deck was the Page of Coins, which is a card about money coming your way. So, have you been having little problems with money lately?
Yeah.
Because the next
for a year.
the next card is the 5 of Coins, which is a card about financial difficulties. But the Page of Coins could take care of that. That could be easily done. The Page of Swords and the King of Swords, those are interesting cards, the court cards. They tell me that you're starting to evolve your thinking, and your thinking is changing. So I think as you grow, I think you'll be able to work your way out of this, frankly. I also see the King of Cups here, which says that emotionally you're very stable, you're in control, you're doing well. This is something that is coming your way that's going to be good. And you have the 9 of Rods here, which I think I just threw the card away. Let's see. It's down here on the floor somewhere. Good grief. What did I do? Oh, there it is. That's no problem. See, I have another deck sitting here in case I do something stupid like that. But that tells me that you're prepared for what's coming. And I did do something stupid like that. So let's not beat around the bush. You're prepared. You're ready. The 9 of Rods is very good. This person has a bandage on her head. It means you've been through the battles of life. So I don't think these money woes are going to last you very much longer. I think you're going to find an income stream, and you're going to do very well. And you'll get your way out of it because you're a creative thinker, and your thinking is expanding. Those were the 2 sword cards. The Lovers is a card that's interesting. Now, that doesn't necessarily relate to romance. That means you're going to be facing a choice. And sometimes it's framed as a choice between the sacred and the profane, but I think that's just an archetype. There's a choice coming your way that you're going to make, and oh, good. The Six of Swords tells me that you're going to handle it. That's a person who moves from rough water to calm water, and that's swords again. See, mental activities. You're going to get yourself where you want to be through your own power of will. And the next card after that is the Sun, which is a card of health and healing and growth and happiness. You're going to be fine. Okay, it's a bit of a setback, and I think we've all endured financial, let's keep it clean, troubles in the last few years, wouldn't you say? But I think you're going to be coming out of it.
Yeah, my car got vandalized a year ago.
Oh man, was it a Tesla? Yeah, remember that one?
No.
I mean, I see some Teslas around here in the city, and there's just not many of them. But I'd have to
I
say
wouldn't drive a Tesla.
I'd have to say that without just speaking apolitically, that Tesla truck, that e-truck or whatever they call it, that's ugly.
Oh, that's so ugly.
That is
That's
just
so
a bunch
ugly.
that is so terrible. There's just lines, Hey, let me
Back
tell
to
you,
the
there's something
future
else
type.
here. I've got the Justice card here, which means that there's something coming your way that you deserve, that you were maybe denied, but you're going to get justice, okay?
Okay.
So I think you're on a good path, and it's all because you're evolving mentally, and you're going to do very well with that, all right?
All right. Thank you.
My pleasure. Call again sometime.
All right.
Bye-bye
Thank
now.
you so much.
And we'll shuffle up the cards. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, the show that's not afraid to sneeze or throw cards on the floor. There you go. We'll shuffle them up a little bit. It's very funny, this thing about Mae Questel, because I met a lot of very famous people when I was little. My parents had this thing. I have a blog post about that. If you look at my blog, you can find a link to it at magic-works.com. My parents were into hanging out with celebrity types. I can tell you some stories that are not in the biographies that would shock you. But I met Helen Menken once. Does that name mean anything to you? No, it shouldn't, because she's forgotten beyond. Look her up sometime. Helen Menken. She was Humphrey Bogart's first wife. And when I met her, this is how young I was. I met her, I couldn't have been 10 years old. And I was introduced to her. And she was probably the oldest living person I'd ever seen at the time. And I looked it up recently, and I see that she was about 60-ish then. But she wore very stark makeup, and I guess she, as an actress, she was rather dramatic and had a flair, but that's the way it goes. I spent time around these people because my parents spent time around those people, and I have yet to know why. And I can't ask them unless I whip out my Ouija board. But there was a thing about that there was, and New York is a very easy town to see famous people in, and they're not bad. I mean, they don't all act like Alec Baldwin. If they feel threatened, they're not going to hit you. But they tend not to feel threatened by most people anyway, which is good, because most people just say hi, quick hi, how are you? I like your work. I was almost strangled one time by William Hurt. I guess I could tell that story one day. I put that. I have something ready to put on my blog about that one. He tried to kill me because he thought I was somebody else, which is kind of odd because I ended up dating the woman who had just broken up with that somebody else. So, this is New York. They say there's 8 million stories in the Naked City, but and that, of course, the Naked City is the name that the photographer Ouija gave this town. But there's more like 162 million stories split among 8 million people. So there's just no stopping it. This is a town Well, they say it never sleeps. That's because it lies awake at night thinking of ways to work us over. It's a difficult town to deal with, but again, don't let that discourage you. If you want to come here, this is where the action is. It truly is. I'm going to shuffle these up one more time, and let's cut them, and let's jump over to. Oh, we're going to head north now. I might put this on my TikTok. I don't do TikTok. My Twitter page, which is X. There's a wonderful song from a movie with music by Frank Lesser called "I'm Going North." So that's in my mind now. On my mind now. Suzanne in Halifax, Nova Scotia, is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi.
Hi. You don't happen to know that song "Going North," do you?
No, don't. Sorry.
Yeah, it's very esoteric. Almost nobody knows. It's from one of those. It's from one of those World War II movies that had all-star cast in it, and this has Jack Carson and Alan Hale Sr. as two vaudevillians who just don't like the South, so they keep going north until they end up in Nova Scotia, and it's just a funny little song. So I that makes me smile. And which show you how easy it is to please me. So, Suzanne, what can I look at for you?
Nothing in particular. I'm just.
Oh, that's easy. I can do that.
Just checking. Yeah, just checking.
Okay, well, let's see what we got. Well, this is, the last person I spoke to said the same thing. And I have the same card, which is the page of coins, which is the appearance of money. Now, I shuffled these cards and I cut them, so this is just bizarre. Don't you know? Like, the cards always amaze me. The Queen of Rods is here. That means you're a very accomplished person in terms of if you get work to do, if you have a job, a career, you're very good at it. Is that correct?
Well, I will say I'm actually at home, and we're retired, so.
Well, I mean, whatever you had done in life, you applied yourself, and the Eight of Coins is here, which is a person who is diligent and applies herself. So, being retired is a lot of work too sometimes. But these are good cards. I'm just seeing, I'm just seeing cards of prowess and money, and the Strength card is here. That you're a very strong person. You're probably the person who gets more done in life. I have the Six of Rods here. It's another rods of career and work, and you had a successful time working. So that's what I see here. That's a card of great success. I'm just seeing that you're very content and capable, and whatever you get into in life, you're going to get the most out of it. Here's an Ace of Coins again. That's more money. You're set to be doing well with money. Okay?
Okay. Well, that sounds good to me.
Is there anything else you want to look at?
Let me see. Maybe travel.
Travel. Well, travel's expensive, and here's the Knight of Coins. Now, that's funny because the money is, coins are money, but the knights are on horseback and they move around. They indicate travel. Here's the Two of Coins, which has in the background a ship at sea. That's fascinating. So I think it's answering your question that you have the money to do the traveling, and you're going to travel if you want to. How's that?
Okay.
That's
okay. That sounds good to me. Sure.
These cards like you. They're responding directly to what you have to say. So, anything else, or that about covers it?
Yes, actually.
Okay, great. Well, I'm here all the time. So
we're going to.
You're going to do what?
Well, we're going to go see We're going to go see family soon, and just wondering, just how about that?
Well, everything seems fine here. They're all good cards. The Temperance card, which is well balanced. The Page of Rods. That's again there's all. The Ten of Rods. It's like everything relates back to what you had done when you were working, that you were so successful there. The Ten of Swords here. Now there's a great card. That is an ugly little card that, in the way it looks, but it means that all the bad stuff in life is over. That whatever bad was happening, it's over, and life is going to be fine now. The life has thrown its worst at you, and you weathered the storm, and you're going to be fine. So you're going to. I'm getting nothing but positive vibes out of this for you.
Well, there you go. Perfect.
Well, you did it, right? You're the one who's in control. You had that card that tells me that you're going to. You can control what goes on around you without being like a control freak kind of thing. It's just you know how to do what you need to do. Correct?
Like try. Sure.
That's 90% of life is just doing what has to be done. And I prefer the other 10%, frankly, myself. But let's. Well, you got to balance them out, and that's the thing about the Temperance card, is that you found the balance in life. So, congratulations! I applaud you.
Well, thank you.
Oh, in fact, I will applaud you. There you go.
There you go.
I carry a little audience around. So thanks for calling.
There you go. Thank you so much. Okay.
My pleasure. Bye-bye.
Take
now.
care.
And we'll shuffle them up. We've just come around the corner of the halfway through the magical window. And let's see. We have a caller who we've spoken to quite a few times. Chris, right, in Missouri. Hi, Chris. How you doing this week?
Yes. I'm better than I was last week. They
Good.
are what no. They were, remember everything we talked about before, and I was worried about like being homeless and going to jail even and all this stuff. And I went to jail for 28 days, and I'm now in a motel from a local church that's put me up. I don't have my dog Max now.
I kept checking my email, and I wondered why I hadn't seen anything from you.
Okay, yeah, it was the Twilight Zone, and I'm actually stuck in the same town right now, and it was all from a missed court date. Then I missed another court date while I was in there that kept me even longer. But regardless, you were one of many that had advised all the same things, and even my own intuition did not. And however, there was a silver lining to the fact that I didn't know where we were going to go, but we had to get out of where we were staying, and at least my dog has a place to stay right now that's safe. But I'm just in constant fear now, and I'm at least out of there, but also I'm like, okay, I got another week, but then like I'm waiting on the probate to finalize for my sister and from my mom's passing, and I'm agreeing to settle, but again, it's not going to be a quick thing, but I'm taking a huge cut just to have anything to move forward with. But again, I'm in a constant state of fear because all of my biggest ones were actualized.
Well,
in the last month and a
constant
half.
Fear, needless to say, is not a good thing. That's called terror.
I know, and I try to erase that in the negativity.
Well, you see, the main thing is, in the history of humanity, nobody ever calmed down because somebody said calm down. So we're not going to go down.
Oh, right. I know that.
I mean, because
right. Tell me not to worry. Okay.
But if there's right, don't worry. This isn't going to hurt. And then do you do any kind of meditation work?
Okay, I do a lot of spiritual work, but meditation is not one of the things that I am good at. But however, I am there are other things that I do, like sitting outside and decompressing that way. But also, I just downloaded an app that just the sounds in the background are supposed to help immensely with just the positive. Like I have a tuning fork, like all that stuff is what I'm looking to work with one day for others to help them. But I've never been able to shut my brain off and my body.
Well, see, that's the thing. That's the problem is what you just said is shutting the brain. You see, because there's an old saying.
Right.
Zen,
I've had insomnia since I was 7.
There's a very old Zen saying, which is, the mind is a wonderful servant, but a terrible master.
Oh, absolutely.
And you know what I'm talking about because
Oh, absolutely. And I am the
worry,
worst of all of
worry
it.
is the
Yeah,
problem.
absolutely.
Worry is.
And it started
is,
at a young age for me.
well, yeah, and these
My
are
mother
hard to break.
instilled constant worry, and then it became real life worry. And then I got older, and then real life created all
I've been
these
there.
hardships that were out of the left field. Like right now, but I feel like finally it's the bottom, and I know that it had to be torn down, the tower and the purge and all that stuff. However, these were my biggest fears, and I don't even have my dog with me right now, which breaks my
you'll work
soul
that
right
stuff
now.
out. So let's just do this, okay? Is there any way, if I could send you an email with an attachment that has a guided meditation as an MP3, is there any way you can play it?
Yeah, I would try that. I would try that. I've even I have other advisors that have turned me on to shamanic drumming and things like that. I'm open to anything. It's just my state of circumstance has created external worry or external reality that has put me in a constant state of fear that
But we're
has
good
been
at
so
doing that.
overwhelming. Forever, it wasn't even real, but now it is.
This is a subject that is very dear to my heart because we're all very good at that, is creating fears. And it's very strange, but we all, we do that. Even the most balanced of us are going to have nightmares from time to time, which is particularly free. I mean, I have a long-running nightmare. I had it again last night. This has been going on for decades, where I find a plug in the wall that hooks to a phone number I don't know anything about, and I plug a phone in, and I hear things that I shouldn't be hearing, but I don't know what they are.
What?
That's just.
But you don't recognize them?
No, you see, but maybe I will one day.
You need
but
to
that's
do
kind of
some.
nuts.
No, but that's some of the work that you can do through so many different ways too, not just meditation, but like hypnotism and Reiki or dreams are huge to a lot of suppression. So I know that is
the
true.
The mind is very good at kicking us around. And keeping us honest in many ways. So I'm sorry that you had to spend 28 days. That's a taste,
It was nuts. It was nuts, and I had no way and no money and no one on the outside, and even the last 11 days were for $100 bond that someone was willing to pay, but I had no one willing to sign outside of jail, and it was just nuts because I'm in there with people that have been in there for a year or gonna be in there for years. Like it was the Twilight Zone, and I don't ever want to know it again.
Well, the cards I have here right in front of me at this point are cards about money coming your way. So maybe that'll work out.
It better be. Well, and I've agreed to settle as of yesterday.
Okay.
But it's up to my lawyer to do his job because he's on contingency, and here we are 2 years later, and my sister is adamant about making sure I have nothing. So. And it not be anything worth anything but me having a future and moving forward to get my body back because I'm still I missed my second disability appointment and I just reapplied and I spent 4 years with appeals before that, so this is 6 years
disability is notoriously hard to get. They really put you through the ringer. I've never known anybody who didn't take years to go through that system, but when they get it, it's all set, so let's wish you luck. What I want you to do though is think about when all of this, visualize yourself being shed of these worries just for even a moment.
That's what I try to do in jail.
And think about what you're going to do when that happens. Okay?
Yeah,
that's all. I mean, this isn't the time for, therapy. This is the time for action. And you can get help elsewhere, but I'm sure that there's somebody, even a social worker, and I usually disdain them, someone in the system might be able to offer you some kind of guidance.
Right. And I've actually been aided by strangers who I was put in touch with by people I met inside, not anyone outside because I have no one. But that was the hardest part. And now I don't have my dog, which is the main hardest part. But just knowing that I hopefully will get enough money to get us set up in a place we can call home that's safe, that's me and him, that I can get to my doctors and get my body at least stronger and get my footing to be able to help myself, which was something
I
that
can
was
assure
taken
you
from me
that
over these years.
I've known quite a few people who have done that. It takes time, and it takes work, and it can make you pull your hair out, but they've done it. You know, and they were not special people. They were not super people. They were just normal people who had fell on something rough in times and had emotional involvement that was kind of strangling them, and they were able to deal with things anyway. See, that's the whole point. The whole point is dealing with things anyway. You know what I mean? It's like
absolutely. No,
it's
I'm
like
still
the
here,
line from Lawrence
and-
of Arabia about pain. That pain is, you can deal with pain if you don't mind it. Now that's not that I learned that the hard way as a child. That if you don't mind the pain, it ain't gonna hurt you. But it takes a while to get there.
But like hardship pain, loss of family and love and loved ones and things, that has become a real one that I didn't have a tolerance for before. The physical shit I've been dealing with for years, but damn it now. But I didn't come this far to come this far. I'm just getting started. Granted, I'm about to be 41, but I still want a family, and I will say that of all the problems, 99, I don't have that one. So at least hopefully we'll get set up, and one day I'll meet a guy worthy of making babies with, and my dog will have a little brother, a little sister, and that's the idea. But I want my body back, and I got to build it back.
You see, look, what you're doing is you're visualizing a better future. You're working towards it. As frenetic as everything is, you're striving towards something. So that's a big part of the battle, and that's why I have confidence in you. Okay.
Well, I mean, Max is my dog. Is the only reason I'm still here, but he became my everything. And damn it again, I was just getting started. Oh, I know. Would you do me a quick favor and draw like 1 or 2 cards, because I want the 10 of swords. Damn it.
No, well, yeah, that would be good. But I got something equally good. I've got the sun. See, the sun is healing and health and growth and happiness. I mean, that's to me, the 10 of Swords is a gloomy looking card, but it is good. But good grief! I just cut the deck again. I got the 10 of Swords.
Did you really?
Yes, I'm showing it
funny.
now
Well,
in the video feed. So
you had given me the Wheel of Fortune. It was the 3rd time that week I had gotten that card.
Yes, I remember.
And Justice. I just drew the, I will tell you this, I did just get, what was it, the Knight of Wands, I got the Star card recently, and then
excellent.
It's been all about the High Priestess, and then also the Queen of not Swords.
You're in a place where you're in tune with these cards, because you said you wanted the 10 of Swords, and there it is. And I'm glad that I was able to show people that it just turned up on its own, because otherwise, I always get the feeling when I was just doing this as an audio feed, and a lot of people do hear just the audio feed, that they think I'm putting them on, but it's there, and I'm not. Believe me, if I could manipulate cards like that, I'd be in Las Vegas. I wouldn't be here.
You know what's funny is I also have been getting the Hanged Man, which looks like a messed up card, but it is exactly what was happening to me.
What do you see when you turn the Hanged Man upside down? You see a man dancing.
Right.
He's
got a grin on his face. He's just fine where he's at and what he's doing. It's everyone else that seems to have the problem with the picture, but it's not a bad card.
No, it's not at all. It's about sacrificing and for something else. And here's the Empress, the High Priestess, rather. I mean, I think I've had that before for you, the High Priestess, because you.
Yes, and that one I got twice.
You're very spiritually oriented, and I think you're going to work it all out. I'm sorry that you had to be in confinement for that time, but
it is what it isn't. But again, it better not ever be again. But it is what happened, and again, there was some silver lining to what happened, as far as the timeline. Had I went to the other court date and had the warrant for missing the first court date, like I would have been locked up there, would have been worse if I had moved up out.
Judges don't mess around with bench warrants, that's for sure.
And
So, look, here's what I'm going to do. You keep me posted. I was wondering where you'd been, and I'm glad that it's over at that point. But I will light a white candle today to send you some serious positive energy. How's that?
right now.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I don't have my crystals or my cards or nothing right now, and I've
You'll
been
have it
wanting
all.
to connect.
Now's the time for you to look inward a little, okay?
Appreciate it so much, being connected to you specifically.
Thank you for that. You take care, okay?
And I'll send you an email. Thank you so much.
Bye now. And let's shuffle them up. You see, this is one of the weird things about tarot. And Chris says I'd like to see. I really want to see the Ten of Swords. I did get a happy card, the Sun, but then I cut it one more time, and there was the Ten of Swords. So there you go. You see, the cards work. They have a reputation for predicting horrible things, but that's movies. They do more confirmation than prediction, which is really can be comforting. Stephen in Sacramento is on with Reverend Elliott. Hi, Stephen.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
Can't complain. I mean, California's had great weather, so.
Well, yeah, when haven't you, right?
Yes, well, last year.
Okay.
That's another story.
Except for the flooding and fires, right?
Yeah. I've had those,
My California experience was limited to Los Angeles, and all I saw was New Yorkers, which is odd, So I can't ever actually say I've been to California, but I've been to a place that's in California. So there you go.
Yeah, well, Southern California and Northern California are two different states.
Very, yes, very. So what can I look at for you tonight?
I'm at the point where I've been stuck for a while, just repeating the same stuff. Not that I'm not enjoying it, but I'm just ready for what's next. I don't know if I make, what decision to make. I just kind of seem frozen.
Well, let's see what we've got here. I'll just shuffle them up, and we'll see where they take us. And not very compelling video, but an old man shuffling cards. But here it is. Oh, okay. I have the Temperance card. That's probably what you need, which is beautiful. I'll explain in a moment, followed by the Two of Swords. And here's the card that we were just discussing with the previous caller, the Hanged Man.
Oh, yeah.
The Temperance card, and then I have the Two of Coins. And these are important. There's a lot of duality here. The Temperance card is about regaining balance in your life. Your life is a bit out of balance, but that's going to be rectified. That's what that card is. The Two of Swords and the Two of Coins, those are both cards of duality, obviously, because of the two. But they're about feeling stuck, which is what you said before. The Two of Swords usually means like, the stalemate it's a chess term. It's not actually, it's often misused, but it's about being stuck. And the Two of Coins is about trying to juggle money to get something going, and it's not happening yet, but it will. The Hanged Man is the interesting one. That is the strange card in the woodpile. And that is the one about sacrificing something now for something better later. Which is that you may be you're not getting what you want now because you're going to have it later, is what it looks like to me. I'm going to cut the deck again. Yeah, see, this is the Three of Rods. Now you go from twos to a three. Threes are completion. That's almost like the completion of the Two of Coins. The Two of Coins shows a ship at sea being brooded about by the water. The Three of Rods shows the person looking out at two ships at sea that are in calm water. Now, what he's looking at, is his efforts in commerce to put something out there and wait for it to come back with more. So what you're at the point before that right now. You're trying to get the thing started and get the thing rolling. The Three of Rods tells me you're going to. The Empress is a card here that it's not necessarily gender specific, that it's a woman. It represents a person who makes things grow and makes things happen. So I don't believe that you're going to be stuck for long. In fact, the next card is the Four of Cups, which shows a person contemplating three empty cups. We assume they're empty. There's some decks they're not, some they are. And doesn't notice that there's a hand coming out of a cloud holding another cup, offering something, which tells me that something you're not expecting, an opportunity you don't expect is on the way. So
that's good.
So the cards are acknowledging the fact you said you feel stuck. You do, because you're stuck
for a while. Yeah, I mean,
that's the card. That's the Two of Swords. That's the Two of Coins, but specifically the Two of Coins. Two of Swords, rather, is I've got to tune my brain up. I got to take it in for a checkup. The Two of Swords is, I mean, I'm looking at swords and I say coins. My head is about 2 seconds ahead of my thoughts. The swords show a person who feels stuck. It's just things aren't moving, things aren't happening. But this shows that the Three of Rods is about taking the time to let it happen and let it develop. So let me just see, one more card here, which is the Ace of Rods, which is a new career opportunity. Something new is coming your way that is going to offer you what you need. And the Page of Swords. Now that means the pages are about the materialization of the concept in the suit. And the suit of swords in this case is about mental activity and thoughts and ideas. So you're going to be entering a period shortly of where you're going to be brimming with ideas, and you're going to make them work for you. So this isn't going to last. There's a lot of creative people, and I'm assuming that you're one of those because you strike me that way from the way you're describing this.
Yes.
Go through a period of waiting, and then, pow, it happens. This is not the kind of thing you can do in 10 easy steps. Sometimes you have to wait for it to strike. One of the stupidest things I ever did in my life was in the days when I was working on screenplays. I took 2 jobs at once. And I realized what a mistake I'd made, because one I could do, because you take the time, you take as much time. I mean, I had a contractual amount of time I had to fulfill it in, but you never let the producer know how fast you really can work. It's one of those things, because you need time to mull it over and ruminate. Taking 2 of those jobs at once, the money was good, but I almost killed myself. And I don't think I delivered the best possible work. So the value of taking time to just ruminate and think things over is valuable. I think it's very good. There's a card for that, but that's not here. So that's important, because the Four of Swords, which is about taking time out, you don't need that, because you're not that dense into this whole being stuck. This is just one of those things that happens to creative people, and it will unblock, because the Temperance card right away was the first card I got, and that tells me that balance will return to your life. So I think you're going to do well. In fact,
well, that's good. I mean, I've been doing just a lot of volunteer work, just to try to find something. And
well, that's good. That at least it keeps you from moping around, right? So that helps.
Yeah.
There may be something coming your way very fast and unexpectedly. That's the Tower struck by lightning. That's the immediate appearance of something that changes everything, and it'll be for the good. And you see, now this is what's important. This is the Death card, which, forget about the horror movies. Especially forget about the movie Dr. Terror's House of Horror, where everybody who gets a tarot reading dies. Okay? The Death card is about one phase of your life ending and another one beginning. And I have found that when a phase in my life starts to come to an end, I get that feeling that I'm not going anywhere. I get that feeling that I've gone as far as I can and it's stuck. And then a new opportunity comes along, and there you go. So this is actually a good card, despite what the movies tell us. It doesn't mean you're going to die. It means that you're at the precipice of a new stage in life, which is really good to know, because right now it's germinating, but it's not so far off that you need to take time out. So
keep chugging along. It will find me.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. It's coming. It is definitely. I got to run real fast, but here's one last card, which is the Magician, which is the person who can take power from the spiritual up above and bring it down below and use it and apply it. And that's what you're doing. Maybe the volunteer work is the spiritual angle in it. You're going to be fine according to these cards. Okay.
Perfect.
I've got to run.
All right. Thank you very much.
Great talking to you, Stephen. Bye-bye. So that's it. You've come to the end with me. Another edition of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, which didn't have any product placement in it. You see, I can be very good about that. But I will tell you, there is if you want to know about products that I do have, and I'm adding to them all the time. I'm working on a really good one now, and it's only going to be for $5. And it's not a tarot reading. I already do tarot readings for $5, by the way. If you want a tarot reading privately, you can get them for as little as $5. You just take a look at my website, magic-works.com, magick-works.com, and you'll see the tarot rates there. You can either look at the page that's listed as tarot readings, or it's on the home page also. But I've cut the price in half because last year I missed like all the shows. So I cut the price in half. So I look forward to seeing you again next week. I've had a blast, and I'm glad you tuned in with me. And hey, I'll see you again. Remember, till next time, time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. Bye-bye now.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyons.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, my cherished ducklings. How are you? And by the way, this is not just for glamour, although let's face it, your disclaimers have the wind blowing on you. But it's mostly because it's 95 here. If I did not have this fan, I would perish. Of course, being a medium, I could still talk to me. Wait, that's wrong. Anyway, hi, darlings. I'm so glad you're here. I am staring at my phone like a lovesick teenager, waiting for your call. And, oh, I know what I was going to say. On Friday, we go into the slightly dreaded 2 or 3 week period called Mercury retrograde. And I'm not going to go into all the technical details because I am to cosmology, which is not like cosmetology, cosmology, as a duck is to particle physics. So, but here's what happens for us humans. When this thing called Mercury retrograde starts, things just go pear-shaped. That's an old English expression. It means that everything to do with transportation or communication, especially travel, and the hard way, because I never believed Mercury retrograde was real. And then I started to notice that there would be these 2 or 3 week periods, a couple times a year, 3 times a year, I guess, when every plane I stepped onto would be 5 hours late. if I bought a new, do not buy computers. Try not to buy anything electronic during this time. If I bought a computer during Mercury retrograde, it would immediately put its little feet up in the air, cough up blood, and die. So this is your warning. If you want to know more about Mercury retrograde, go to my friend Elizabeth, that's with an S, Elizabeth Grace, elizabethgrace.com. She is a wizard about explaining everything to do with Mercury retrograde. You can also book her for a private reading. She's awesome. You can book me for private reading too. Feel free. Actually, I'm having a sale now. I mean, let's face it, I'm still not cheap. But because I am a celebrity, well, in my own mind. Anyway, I'm Carrie in Las Vegas. Hello, darling. Here's what I'm going to ask you. Do you mind waiting for 3 minutes while I do the...
No.
You're the angel. Thank you. While you're waiting, do this breath. Here, goes like this. And then one more on top of that. Like that. And then blow out like this. Which is embarrassing and not very flattering when I watch myself doing it. But it relaxes the vagus nerve. You're from Las Vegas, but it's a different nerve. It regulates the central nervous system. I'm just going to do the psychic tarot weather, and then I'm going to hop back on with you, and we will do wonderful things together. So hang out. All right, my darlings, as you know, the psychic tarot weather is kind of the psychic tarot weather for the week. I picked 3 cards. First card is for the week starting today. Second card is like the weekend. Third card, you're getting the hang of this, is the rest of the week until next Wednesday, when it all starts all over again. Make it stop. No, don't, actually. And it's kind of, well, you get the gist. I started this, okay? I started the whole, like, if you're watching this, this is for you, that every teenager with several filters on YouTube does now. If I sound bitter, it's because I am. No, but I did start this. So it is basically, if you're hearing this or watching it, even if it's by accident, and if it is by accident, shame on you. Next time, tune in on purpose. But it's for you. Okay. I never picked these beforehand, which is probably a mistake now that I think about it. Okay. Oh, I love this. Okay. The first card is called the Hanged Man. You see that? It's a hanged man. This does not mean that you or anybody you love will be hanging anytime soon. What it means is there's some kind of change in consciousness coming from the inside out that's going to affect you or somebody very close to you. This could be getting sober. It could be having an insight that kind of changes everything. And it's the opposite of the kind of change that when somebody like shaves their head and wears orange robes and dances around singing Hare Krishna, which is fine, good for them. But that's an outside change. But they're probably still the same jerk underneath. I know, I always am. But the Hanged Man card is the opposite. It's where you change, still look the same on the outside, except possibly more radiant, if possible. But you're changing on the inside. It's a very, very good card, very major card too. Wow, we're really knocking ourselves out here. The King of Pentacles. King of Pentacles. King of Pentacles. Sorry, it was silly today. This card is, King is a man probably over 35, over 30. Pentacles means he's probably an earth sign, which is Virgo, Taurus, or Capricorn. So this could either be somebody coming your way, or it could be somebody you're going to be interacting with. It often means, just between you and me, I call this the Merry and Rich card, but it can mean that somebody, it can mean that you're about to date somebody who will not ask to split the check. Sorry. If I sound bitter again, it's because I spent my entire life dating artists. What was I thinking? So the fact that somebody would pick up a check is like, wow. Anyway, so it can also mean a man who is, if not an earth sign, then very stable. So let me see how this applies to us. Okay, this applies to us in a man who is a stabilizing force in your life, whether you're a man or a woman, is going to be coming to your attention in a good way. And then, what's the last card? Oh, dear. Interesting. The last card is the 10 of Pentacles. This is the only other, to me, bearing rich card, the Ten of Pentacles often means like generational wealth, which my family would have if my great grandfather had kept his Ford stock in 1910 and not taken it out and invested it in buggy whips. Otherwise, I'd be doing this show from a platinum room with a gold. Anyway, where was I? Bitter? No. Ten of Pentacles also means that you're going to get a lot of enjoyment out of some sort of extended family thing the last part of the week. So in the Rider-Waite deck, which is a normal tarot deck, it's a man and a woman. There's dogs symbolizing both loyalty and dogs. And there's people from all different generations. So it means maybe a family reunion, maybe finding out that there's an inheritance from an uncle you didn't know you had. But just a good week. There you go. That's what we got. Now, my darling in Las Vegas, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, you're so patient. Thank you. How did the breathing go?
It was good.
Good. Cool. Yeah, you feel very aligned. I like to connect to people through their birthdays. So if you don't mind telling me when your birthday is.
I don't mind at all, ma'am. It's April 3rd.
Oh, I knew the first caller was going to be an Aries woman. I love Aries women. You guys are awesome. I don't know. It's like one of my best friends, Jennifer, is. Anyway, I love Aries women. So, how can I help you?
So, I'm kind of sad tonight.
I'm sorry.
So it's funny. The last card you had was kind of referring to me a little bit. So I'm coming into like an inheritance. It's a small one. It's not huge or anything, but I'm still grateful. And one of my family members is handling the estate, and they switched some paperwork, and people were signing things while they were dying.
Yeah.
And I lost all the equity in my home. But I still have the right to. Yeah, she's a lawyer, but I still have the right to live here. But she gutted me pretty good, and I've been crying a lot on and off today. And I know that there's still some good things because I still have the right to live here, and I'm still going to get some comfort. But it's a lot of betrayal, and I just wanted to know, if you could give me some. I don't know, just something that I can hold on to, because I'm feeling very sad, I really am. Betrayed.
I totally get that. Oh, honey, God. Let me just say, I absolutely know how you feel, much more than I can go into in public. But, and it's an awful feeling. I don't know what happens to people when a parent or a family member dies. And everything, their morals, who they used to be, go out the window. It's nuts. And I'm very sorry you're going through this.
Thank you.
It feels to me like somebody kind of forced somebody who was on their deathbed to sign something. Is that correct?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's what happened. Mm-hmm.
I have to say this for legal. Any legal advice I give is for entertainment purposes only. Having gotten that out of the way, I would talk to a lawyer, because I think that might be worth just, if you could call legal aid if you don't want to spend a ton of money.
You know what? Not to interrupt you. I have spoken to a lawyer, and it's so expensive to even fight it. It's better to just let it go, because the expense of fighting it is actually worse.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Yeah,
but it is.
That's why I was saying legal aid, because it's a free legal service. But having said that, you are going to get more funds than you think you are. I'm very glad you can stay in the house. I would like to punch the person in the nose who did this. So just call me if you want anybody's nose punched, because I'm so angry in your behalf. They'll be like, "Who is that tall blonde broad? Why does she hit me?" And you'll be like, "I don't know. Okay, so what I'm going to say is...
She's getting a divorce.
What?
She's getting a divorce.
Oh,
he's going to clean her out.
Oh, yes.
Kind of sad.
Yes, he is.
Instant karma.
And karma, people forget the karma, both good karma and bad karma are real. I mean, the thing about karma in terms of bad karma is it's not only much meaner than we could be, but it also has a much better imagination. So what I'm about to say to you, right? What I'm about to say to you is about good karma. You are a good person. You are. You have lived your life with a standard of integrity, a standard of kindness, and a standard of just doing unto others as you would have done unto you. That's very unusual, and my hat is off to you. And what I'm going to say is that actually is going to come around sometime in the next 6 months. You're going to get more funds than you think, but I think the second allocation of funds are going to be kind of unexpected. So you get one chunk, and then you're going to get another chunk. Second, I would go to like Nevada.gov, whatever the state thing is for Nevada state, website. I knew there was a word for it. And look under unclaimed funds. Look under both your parents' names. Look under your name. If you've lived in other states, the reason I say this is because about 15 years ago, on a lark, I went to the New York State.gov site, and under unclaimed funds, I wound up getting $16,000. And I think that there's some stuff that you don't know about in both of your parents' names. You've also lived in another state, so I would check that too. The other thing I'm going to say is that the person who did this to you is going to be really unhappy. And I would normally not be in favor of that, but in this case, I'm totally in favor of it.
She's really miserable.
No, it's just a terrible thing to do. And as I said, I know firsthand about exactly this. So just saying.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, thank you. I'm all better now, but yeah, it sucked. But it wound up okay for me, and it's going to wind up okay, more than okay for you. Also, it's better to know who somebody is than not to know who they are. And
yes,
it really is. And she's going to be very unhappy. And I'm going to say that you've got a rising tide of happiness coming up, starting in about 4 to 6 weeks. Hi, Tina. Oh, Yonkers. I'll be with you in a couple of minutes. But, darling,
Thank you.
You're going to be, my pleasure. You're going to be happier and happier and happier. Do you have kids, right?
No.
Oh, you don't. Is there a young person in your vicinity who you care about a lot?
No, but I mean, she has 2 kids. My sister.
No, I'm not thinking about that. Bad. Make them go away.
Okay.
Well, somebody in your vicinity who you care about, who is not Satan's spawn. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. Yeah, I did actually.
No, it's true. She really is. Yes.
Oh, this is not a good person. And you knew that at some level. So thank God you don't deal with her anymore. But you can.
She's proud of herself, though, that she stole from me. She loves it.
Yeah. She's going to have to explain that to somebody after she dies. Not our problem. You are going to get happier and happier. And there's something to do. I don't know, something to do with your work. Or it's like, I can't quite get it. It's like a young person at work.
I know.
Yeah. You know what it is?
Well, I don't have a job right now, but I want to get back into what I used to do for work, and I used to love my job. So
yeah, you should, and it's going to work out. Will you do me a favor? I have to take the next caller, but my name is Perry, P-E-R-I, like Periwinkle. Lions, like her, but with a Y. Will you just go on my Facebook page and just tell me how you're doing? Because otherwise I'm going to worry, and I'll lose sleep, and then I'll look terrible, and that'll be your fault. So just let me know how you're, because I really care.
No, this helped me so much just to know that I'm going to be happy again, because I'm so miserable right now.
I know, I get it. But you're going to be
I'll be okay. Like, I know it's going to be okay, like overall.
Yeah, but it's going to be more than okay.
It's so hurtful.
Yeah, it sucks. There's no two ways around it. And I'm really sorry. But thank God you're not her. All right, my darling, let me know how you are. I'm going to jump to Tina, but bless you. And thank you for calling. And I'm going to be Buddhist chanting for you. All right, sweetheart, take care.
Thank you.
The coolest people. Hi, Tina. When's your birthday?
January.
Oh, any particular
January
day? Oh, good day. We like that day. Good, darling. Oh, Tara. Is it Tina or Tara?
Yes.
Tara?
Tara.
Oh, it's a beautiful name. I love that name.
Thank you.
And Yonkers. Yeah, Yonkers. As a native New Yorker, I appreciate that.
Oh.
And
which part?
Well, originally from Rockland County, but then I moved to Brooklyn when I was 16 and been there ever since. But my family's.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. My family's New York City for like 100 years. Not doing anything interesting, just too sober to move. But Yonkers is beautiful. I'm from Rockland, right across the, Rockland, right across this river.
Yeah,
anyway.
Exactly. Yes.
Tell me your birthday. And, you did, January 12th.
January
I'm so
12th.
sorry. That's a really good day, too.
Okay.
Capricorns are misunderstood, too, because people think that you're all about your business and you're organized, and that's great. You are. And you're conventional, not so much. But behind the put together exterior, you guys are really bonkers in the best possible way. You're actually very original. I'm serious. If I could start like a sign reassignment clinic where you could go and get your sign changed, I would be a Capricorn. So how can I help you?
Oh. Well, I'm open to any general guidance that comes through, but there are, I guess, some things that are on my mind a little bit more than others, and I could just share, whether it's career guidance, next steps, my home. We're considering selling and moving or fixing and staying. And then we also have one, like, I guess you could call it a legal matter related to estate matters. And it's impacting my son, and I am working on behalf of him. So if anything comes through on that, that would be appreciated.
Your son is still with us, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Oh, thank God.
Sorry,
Okay.
let me. So my former spouse, who,
and he's
sorry
lovely.
about that.
You have three. No problem. You have 3 kids.
Yeah. So my four. I have 2 children and a stepdaughter.
Okay, that's what I was getting.
2 sons and a stepdaughter.
She's great though. Awesome. But you have great kids.
Yes.
They're good. They are good people. You did a good job. Nice work.
Thank you.
No, they're really good. They have values, but they're not, priggish. They're just really good people. Nice work. Okay.
Thank you.
And remember, before I say anything about anything legal, I have to say this is for entertainment purposes only. And
Of course. Yeah.
I would stay put for about 6 months and then look up then start researching the moving thing again. I have a feeling that the market volatility is going to affect the housing. This is the international sign for volatility, in case you're wondering. And then I think things are going to stabilize, and you'll know. And you're actually thinking moving fairly far, right?
We're kind of open to a bunch of different things right now. I mean, somewhat in the vicinity, maybe as far as, Rockland or something, just we're open to a lot of different options.
Oh, Rockland is gorgeous. I love it there, but the land taxes are crazy.
Yeah.
But Valley Cottage,
really
great
where we're
place to
still
live.
stuck with.
Yeah. But I see you moving somewhere near your kids, specifically your son. Oh, and the estate thing. The estate thing has something. He's dealing with somebody who's kind of underhanded. Would that be correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. And kind of.
So unfortunately, he's a child, so I have to do all the dealing.
Yeah. And the person you're dealing with, I'm going to use a very New York word here, is a schmuck, whereas your son is a mensch. But this person, thank you for getting both of those references. Also, honestly, I'm schwitzing. But there's some sort of, I would get a second opinion, again, I can recommend legal aid. They're free, or I know a really good lawyer in Long Island, Paul Ferguson, great guy.
Right.
But there's some sort of loophole here that you're being. You know how in magic, a magician will be like, "Look over here," and they're doing the trick with their other hand, and then you look back and it's magic, but it isn't because you just got distracted. That's what this person is doing with you. They're trying to distract you so you don't notice that there's a big legal loophole that would not be to the schmuck's advantage.
Yeah, I have suspected that all along.
Yeah. And the more, also remember, the louder somebody is, the wronger they know they are. And I think this guy's a bluffer. He's a bluffer. He's a schmuck. He's a putz. Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's true.
No, he is. And your son's great. But what will happen is your son's about 16, am I right? 15?
15, yes.
Yeah, I'm good. What is going to happen is I think this is going to resolve in your favor. And I actually do know a friend of mine is the best lawyer in New York State. So I could text you his info if you want. But and I don't get kickback. But what I'm going to say is what my guides are saying, my invisible people, is that this is going to resolve in your son's favor, and it's going to pay for college for him. Because he's going to get into a good school. And he's going to, it feels like there's going to be enough from this to cover 4 years and an extra 2 if he wants a master's. Actually, you know what? He'd be a really good doctor.
Say that again?
He'd be a really good doctor, your son. He's empathetic, but he's also kind of logical at the same time. That makes sense? Kind of right and left brained. He's cute too.
Yeah. He's definitely cute.
Yeah. Your daughter's adorable. How about you? Yeah, your daughter, son and daughter.
Yeah, she's my stepdaughter, and she's very beautiful inside and out.
Yes, that's so great. Oh, it's so nice to get good news. So I'm going to say, look for the loophole. There is one. And don't let yourself be bullied, intimidated, or pushed around by El Schmucko there, okay? Because he's not, he kind of got the advantage because he doesn't actually have a working conscience. But in the long run, you're better off because you do. But but getting a little bit of sociopath vibes there. Yeah. And by a little, I mean a lot. We got 2 more minutes. So let me see. I think you'll wind up moving a little farther from Yonkers than you think. I think it's going to, I think one of your kids is going to move or start. But I mean, you're not moving, I'm not moving to Jupiter or anything, but looks like it might be a little farther than you think, which is nice. Do you have any last questions? You're so much fun. I'm so glad you called. Yay.
Oh, thank you. Well, I was thinking in terms of career, whether that's, changing careers or anything on the horizon in my current job, in my current career, any, guidance or any changes that you see?
Did you used to be, I might have this backwards. Did you used to be in a job where you dealt with the public a lot and now it's not so much? Or is it the other way around? Well, I got 60 seconds.
I am in the job now that deals with the public a lot, and I deal with, I think, a different part of the public now than what I had dealt for longer.
I would, again, keep this job for a while because you're going to get promoted in about 3 months and you'll make more money. Wait till next year to make any big changes. But let me know how you are because I like you. And
thank you so much.
My pleasure. We've got 30 seconds. I'm not very good at time. So I'll tell you a couple more things. The job you had before was actually one you enjoyed more. Right now, this is the right job for you, but somebody's going to be leaving the office unexpectedly. And that's going to open, not in a bad way. They're like, I don't know, they're going to quit.
Right.
Whatever. Nothing bad. but that's going to open up a window of opportunity for you. And that is in about 3 months. Also, you're doing a great job, and that they want to keep you because you're good.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light, and all that jazz. This is Reverend Elliot coming to you live from the city of New York, where the weather seems to match the mood. It's glum, it's rainy, it's cloudy, it's overcast. We're not doing too well here in the city. We had, as you probably by now know from the news, a horrible shooting occurred, and I don't even want to get into the fact that there's some people praising it. You know, it's a very bizarre world, and that's one of the reasons that I do stick with Ask One Radio, is that the people there in Ask One, it's all about positive energy, and we need positive energy. You know, back after the attack on the World Trade Towers here in New York, there was a company that sells occult items, and they used to be known as Abyss, and then they changed their name to Azure Green. I guess it's a more positive sounding name, but I've been buying from them for years to get stuff to, I just, I make my own incense, I mix my own oils, I do all kinds of stuff, I blend inks. Well, anyway, after that massive attack on New York, which killed a few people I knew, it's almost like everybody in New York knew somebody who got it that day. They sent me a package unbidden. They just sent me a package filled with esoteric items to promote positive energy. And I spread those around to people here in the community because we needed that at the time. And this is, it's a much smaller scale, but it's still life brutally taken. And, that's affecting the whole town. You'd think that a city like New York, which is known as a tough town, it just, I've known my share of people who came here to New York to be successful and rich and famous, and they left crying, So, I mean, it is a town that can beat you down, but this guy just blew into town with a rifle and decided to take out people who did nothing to him at all. It's just so sad, and yet, the pervasive mood is one of depression, to tell the truth. It's not even anger. It's no longer it's no longer something that hurts people in that sense and enrages them. It's just frustration. So we're going to try to do our best to overcome that with positive energy, and doing this show is part of that. The question has been around for centuries: why do bad things happen to good people? There's a karmic answer, which you might be able to find at my website, which has an interesting talk about karma. Karma is something so grossly misunderstood. Too many people think that karma is a celestial revenge machine. Which, of course, it isn't. It's more than that. And if you go to my website, magic-works.com, magick-works.com, and no, I don't make money on hits. I haven't, something, there's not a thing on the internet that I do that I've monetized. And I'm glad, because A, I don't need the money, and B, that changes your attitude towards things. But anyway, go there, look at the page on karma. There's a talk there that's about an hour long, which means most people aren't going to listen to it. But it's worth listening to. The thing is, shortly after this person did what he did here in the city, that was at 51st Street, which I live on 50th, on the other side of town. But you see, it's close. Right after the person did that, there was a rather fuzzy photograph of him in the newspapers and online, when I say the newspapers, I mean online. And I ran that through some software to sharpen it up. And I got an excellent picture of the guy. And I put it on Twitter in 2 places. Almost immediately, it had been seen by thousands of people. Now, I don't monetize my Twitter feed, and I don't want to. But if I had monetized my Twitter feed, that would have been a bonanza for me. And I would have given that every penny away. I don't want blood money. I don't, let me put it to you this way. This has been my philosophy for ages. Of all the things people need to survive, money is the easiest thing to get. And I've put that to the test. I went to a stretch of New York City off Central Park West, on Central Park West, near the reservoir where very well-off people go to jog. And I walked up and down the street asking people for money. And I got money. I donated that to a church, but they gave me money. The next day, I went to the same spot, and I walked up and down the same space at the same time, asking people if they would just listen to me. And nobody took me up on that. Now, I've done things like that before that people think are crazy. I went to the reservoir for a reason. I was once walking around the reservoir opposite the direction people run in, only because I wanted to get to the east side, and that's a nice walk to do to the east side. And there was a really, really raggedy homeless guy walking towards me, and he was also walking towards runners who really went out of their way to avoid him. Now, I'm not telling you this to show what a saint I am, because I'm not. I'm sure you can find that out with a little research. But this man, he looked so forlorn and so lost, and he was walking around with his hand out, and everybody just ran away from him. And when I got up to him, when we crossed each other, I shook his hand, and that's all he wanted. He brightened up, he looked happy, and he said thank you, and he walked on his way sprightly. Now these are little things that we can do. There's so many little things we can do for people, and that's that's not the easiest thing in the world to do in a town like New York. But we're a town of almost strangers. We don't tend to know each other. I know the people here in this building where I live in, we all know each other. It's a small building. And we know each other in the community. I was very active in the community because I ran a newspaper in the community for over 20 years. My wife and I had a very popular newspaper, which of course means that one day, in the same day, I was yelled at for being a right-wing fascist. And the next, and 20 minutes later, I was yelled at for being a bleeding heart liberal. Now, what do? That's New York. You might as well. You're not going to please people, so just do the best you can. And that's what we're doing. That's the whole thing. Because when bad things happen to good people, we can't be so cold-hearted as to say, well, that's the way the cookie crumbles. So this town is in a funk right now. You can feel it. If you walk around this city, you'll feel it. I walk around the city, and people are taking extra pleasure when you say thank you for something. So there you go. What can I tell you? That's I am the prince of positive energy, which is a very difficult thing to maintain, considering I've had the kind of a life that only Charles Dickens could have written. I love to tell this story because it's funny to me, is that I had a little problem dealing with things in life many years ago, and I went to a therapist who ended up crying when we were talking and said, I can't believe you survived all that. So, I don't want to go into that. I certainly don't want to write a book about it because I don't care. I mean, your troubles are as bad as my troubles. Trust me. We all have our troubles. There's an old Jewish fable about a magician who comes to town and removes everybody's troubles and sticks them all in a big pile. And then he tells everybody to go just take back a share. And they're all happy to take back their own troubles. They don't want any more. So we'll deal with it. And we'll deal with all that. And tarot is a way to help deal with that. But we need to overcome the negative, dark aspects of life. I don't want to get into the biblical religious aspects of it all, but yeah, the belief that we're fallen creatures, sometimes I believe it deeply. Other times, this is the same week that we had a gentleman, a former Marine, take out a weapon and use it to save people. So I'm not going to go into a weapon thing, that's just the way it goes. People can be good. People can be bad. We all have a little of that in us. We just have to balance it. The key to life is balance. Unbalanced mercy is evil because it lets you be a doormat. It lets you have people walk all over to you. And unbalanced strength is severity, and that's no good either. That's the great mystical arcanum, which is you've got to balance these forces. And that you'll find in the Kabbalistic tree of life. You can find out about that on my website too. I won't tell you where to go. You'll find it. I'm not here to plug that. I just want you to remember that there is that wonderful talk on karma, which is something that is so misused that it's worth knowing about. Let's get to the callers now. Let's do that. And before I do that, I should tell you I did achieve a life goal this time around. I'll show it to you too. We used to have. I'm going to go on this little shaving thing again for a second. We used to have across the land a very inexpensive menthol shaving soap And it was Williams menthol shaving soap, and it disappeared years and years and years and years ago, and decades ago. And in 2022, Williams itself disappeared. So that was that. Well, it was my goal when I started making soap, because as I mentioned, I'm an esoteric practitioner, so I make incense and oils and things. So this was right up my alley. I wanted to make a menthol soap, and I did. And I tested it out, and it exceeded my expectations. There's the soap right there. It's just beautiful. It's lightly scented. It's cooling on the face. It gives a very close shave. In fact, I'm upset about that. It gives too close a shave. I don't have to shave but every other day now. And I like to use this every day, and I don't have to. But that also goes for my non-menthol. Expensive menthol shaving soap back to America. You can find that at eBay. My store is tiny.cc/mojo-bros, B-R-O-S-store, Mojo Brothers Store. You can find that at my website also and my blog. But that's it, you know. I'm not. This also too. This doesn't come under the category of self-promotion, because only 5% of men shave with a shaving soap. So I'm really, you know, spitting in the wind. But I sure enjoy it, and I'm very, very, very happy with this. It worked out exactly the way I wanted it to. So there you go. If you know somebody who shaves the old-fashioned way, who wants an inexpensive but effective menthol shaving soap, send them to old Uncle Elliot. So now let's ring a bell 3 times to declare sacred space. I'll get my earpiece out of the way here so that we can go do what we do. And we're going to pull back the curtain on the magical window for Janice in Frankfort, Kentucky. Hi, Janice. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello.
Hi, Janice. How are you tonight?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing well, considering the travails of this town. What can I look at for you tonight?
I was just looking to see maybe if you can look into my love life.
Okay, it sounds a little voyeuristic the way you put it, but I'll do it. You know, I'll take a shot at it. We'll shuffle them up. You know, it's funny because when I started reading cards, that's about all I got was questions. That was in the late 80s about romance. And then the economy started getting a little hinky, and I started getting questions about money for years and years and years. So, well, look at that. Look, this is the first card is the Fool. Now, that doesn't mean you're a dope. You know, the Fool card is the most glorious card in the deck. That is the person who is the beloved of God. That is the person who has things go her way. That is the person who knows how to live life to the fullest, has spiritual protection like you wouldn't believe, and is just very open to new things in life. I mean, if there was any negative cards, and I mention that because one is about to show up, if there were any negative cards in the deck, it would cancel them. Now, this negative card is an interesting one. It's a sword card, and it's a sad card. It's the 9 of Swords. So my question is, have you had a bad streak in romance lately?
I have, and I lost my husband 4 years ago. So,
there you go. That's what that card is. Speaking of 4, now that's funny because I once was this is a 9 of Swords. I was once doing a reading for a woman, and the 9 of Swords came up in the most interesting place. And I said to her, you're divorced, aren't you? And she said, yes. And I said, now you were married 9 years, weren't you? And she was shocked that I said, I'm basing that on the 9, because sometimes numerically it works. Now you mentioned 4. The next card is the 4 of Cups. And cups are about romance and the affairs of the heart and the emotions. And this is a card of loss. Now, needless to say, you suffered a loss, an unimaginable loss. The thing is that the person in the card is focused on the 3 cups that are most likely empty, meaning the loss, right? And doesn't see there's a 4th cup coming out of a cloud, being handed by a hand. A mystical hand is coming out, saying that there's something good and new on the way. But it's not saying stop grieving. You know what I mean? What it's saying is when the time comes, the person in the card will turn around and see the rest of life. But we grieve as long as we have to. That's my belief. I've said this so many times. Nothing in the world upsets me more than people who say, well, don't you think you've grieved enough? You know, that's the only time I want to give somebody a reason to grieve, you know, because that's just wrong. You know, we
Yes.
grieve as long as it takes, and sometimes there are losses we just never get over. The question is, do we absorb it and have it become part of our life? If grief inhibits us from living, then you may want some help. But no, I mean, this immediate rush to grief counselors and all is you know, it's ridiculous. This is the human way to be grief stricken. It's going to take as long as it takes for us to adjust to it, not to get over it. This idea of getting over, you know, well, you know, your family died, get over it. You know, no, you just have to deal with it, and that becomes part of who you are, and it's who we are. But it seems to me that you are going to, something new is coming to you in the world of romance. That's what that card means. So that combined with the Fool card tells me that things are going to be very good for you. Money-wise, I have cards here that just out of nowhere relate to money, which is the Two of Coins, which is about juggling money to make things work, and the Page of Coins, which means money is coming your way. So you're going to be, if you're having any, I mentioned money earlier, if you're having any money concerns, the cards are going out of their way to tell you that it's going to be okay. All right?
That's good.
Yeah, those are good cards for that. But it's like I said, there's nothing bad here, because the cards that bad stuff would be eliminated by the Fool card. So you know, okay, like here I have the Ten of Swords. That's a card that means the worst is over in your life, and things from here on and start getting better. So you know, it takes time. We know it takes time. But you are destined to better times. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you for calling in. Oh, I think I dropped a card. Bye now. Did I drop a card? What did I do here? Yes, I did. Oh, good. It's the Sorrow card. I'm glad I dropped it. You know, who wants that one, right? Oh gosh, I'm getting so clumsy these days. Well, part of that is because I have vision problems, as some of you know. I lost vision in one of my eyes and much of the other eye, and although I do cut a dashing figure when I go around town in my eye patch, I don't wear it here because it's on this eye that faces the camera, and that would look just plain ridiculous. So I'm not getting into that. Laura in Alberta, Canada is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello.
Hi, how are you tonight?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing okay. Just, you know, it's life, right? You know, so what can I look at for you?
Well, I don't know. I guess this was the prize. So, whatever comes up, I guess.
Okay. Well, here I have. Interesting cards. Wow. First of all, let me just say they're happy cards. You know, I know that
that's good to hear.
Many bad movies have trained people to be scared of card readers, and I'm not going to get, you know, I'm not going to say, you know, I'll tell you about this. My wife had an accident a few years ago, a really bad accident, and she shattered every bone in her left ankle. And we didn't know how bad it was because she's got a very high tolerance for pain. This is something you never want to hear in your life. We went to a doctor. We went to a guy who specializes in ankles, and he took a look at the X-ray. And in front of us, he said, "Oh my God." You do not want to hear that from a physician.
No,
and definitely not from a card reader. So let me start out with the first thing I have here is the Ace of Cups, which is a card about romance and happiness and affairs of the heart. Are you in the market for such or not?
Yes.
Okay, because now if
absolutely.
There's another cup card here, which is one of my favorite cards. It shows a person walking away from 8 cups. It's walking away from things in life that don't work for you and getting towards the things that do. In other words, you're working on improving your life. Is that correct?
It is correct, yes.
There you go. So now the next card is the 8 of Rods. That's something, it shows cards. It shows rods about to land, like somebody threw them and they arced through the air and they're about to hit. That means that something good is coming for you soon. So here we go.
Oh, wonderful.
The Wheel of Fortune says that the things in your life are changing. The 2 of Rods tells me that you're waiting for something to come that's going to reach fruition. And the final card here is the 10 of Cups, which is the all-time happy card. Happy home, happy family, everything. Just beautiful stuff. Now, this is the card. The next card is the card that scares people, but that's because of cheap movies. It's the Death card. That just confirms things for me. That's the card. It's got a sunrise on it. That means one phase of your life is ending and another phase is beginning. And you started with the Ace of Cups and you have the Ace of Coins, which means this new you is going to be doing very well financially. And the Hierophant is here. And when people ask about romance, that means marriage is in the future. It's in the cards. So that's very good. And of course, the Empress, that's you. The Empress is somebody who makes things happen. This is a great reading. This is a very positive reading.
It really is. Yes. It is wonderful. Thank you.
If you had any doubts, things are going to be going to be very good for you coming up now.
Yeah, it's lots of confirmation. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Well, I said these are your cards. I'm just acting as the channel here, so I'm glad you. I'm glad they held. I feel the doctor
pretty much right on.
Yeah, the doctor who I don't know why I'm hooked on doctors today, but the doctor who delivered me, who I got to know briefly when I was a young boy. I didn't know him when I was born, obviously. He told me one time that he's very scared every time he delivers a child because he doesn't know if he's going to have to give bad news to people, and then get the hell out of the business is what I thought, but. Don't be frightened, because he said luckily he's never had a problem with that. First thing he does is count the fingers and toes. So this is a guy looking for trouble. But anyway, and I won't mention his name, but it's a perfect name for somebody who feels downcast all the time. In any event, that's how I understand that, because I used to dread reading for people if it's going to be a horrible reading, and it just doesn't seem to happen. They don't always come out as wonderful as yours did, but they're rarely bad news for people. So there you go, right?
Yes, it was really a wonderful reading, and I think hit pretty much everything that I've been noticing and evolving to be. So.
Yes, well, if you've been working on improving yourself, the cards verify that you're doing it. So there you go.
Yes.
Absolutely. Here's what we'll do for you. Here, we'll give you a little applause. How's that?
Okay. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thank you for calling. Bye-bye now.
You're welcome. Have a good. Bye-bye.
Thank you. So, hey, we're coming up to the middle of the show. We're coming up to the halfway mark, and you're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. I've been doing this, 14, 15 years? We're into, coming around the corner to 500 shows, and I'm I'm still leery of video, frankly. You know, I'm a radio guy. I'm always a radio guy. In my heart, I'm like the Lone Ranger and the Green Hornet. I like the radio stuff. You know, I had to get used to video, and I had some problems with quality, but I think we've got that licked. I think when you look at the quality of this video, it's going to be much better. So much so that I may have to book myself for plastic surgery. Well, I don't know. It's I hadn't thought of myself as old until I posted something on Facebook years ago when I was still active at that noxious site. And a 16-year-old said to me, "What are you, like 70?" Which, you know, at the time I was like 60, but I guess when you're about 16, 70 is the same, isn't it? You know, it's all the same. People aren't aging the same now that we're the ones aging, you know, that's the difference. There you go, right? That's the difference. I still remember the first time somebody called me Pops. You know, I used to do a joke about that in my stand-up days, and it was a rather morbid joke, but because it led people down in the wrong direction. I said, I'm not interested in getting old. When I get old, I'm buying a gun with one bullet in it. And there'd be a little hush, you know. I'd say, not for me, for the first SOB who calls me Pops. Well, of course, that happened, and I didn't shoot him or anything. He was nice enough about it. And of course, this used to be a very heavily Puerto Rican neighborhood. And so you got to get used to people calling you, even if you're just middle-aged. If you're a woman, you're mommy. Hey, mommy, you know, it's a term of endearment. There was a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful Puerto Rican restaurant here. Oh, their ropa viejo was marvelous, and their chicken soup was divine. But, you know, landlords, they tripled the rent, and that was that. And my wife was always mommy to the waitress, and I was Poppy. So there you go, right? It was called El Deportivo, the Sportsman, and it was just a marvelous, marvelous restaurant, and I miss it. So, well, we're all shuffled up now, and we're almost at the halfway mark. So let's go to Corinne in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hi.
Hi, Corinne.
I'd like to know if you can. I've been having very strange dreams. Is there anyone in the past that passed over trying to give me a message of some kind?
Yeah, you know, that is a very astute question. And I'm glad you pay attention to dreams. There's a book that I, from years and years ago, that I reprinted called What Dreams Mean, which is a nice book. There's also one of my favorite books on occult powers called Hunches, which is also a dream book. Dream books seem to have fallen out of favor, but they still sell dream books. But they're good. They're fun to have because people used to take dreams far more seriously in popular culture. So let's see what we get here. If you're looking for somebody in the afterlife, there are certain cards I get which would trigger me into that. So let's see what we have here. Nothing there yet, so let's shuffle it again. We're just great television, just shuffling cards. Now, if I don't get anything, of course, that means that something else may be happening, but it's, like I said, it's quite an astute question. Let's cut the deck and, well, I'm not getting anything here that indicates somebody in the afterlife at all. So if there's a specific question that you want to ask, why don't we try that and see what happens?
Okay, well, a specific
About the dreams,
question.
maybe?
Okay, no. Do you see anything good in the next couple of months for me?
Okay, there you go. Yeah. Here's the judgment card. That means that if there's something that you may have not gotten that you deserved, and that's coming. Okay. Now, sometimes
that
if
could be ominous.
well, no, it's in a good way. You know, you're right.
Okay.
The magician is here. That's a person who can take power from above, spiritual power, and bring it down to earth here and use it. The emperor here. It's also a power. You know, you're a very powerful person here. What I've got though is, well, the page of coins is here, and that's the appearance of new income and new money coming in your life. Now, you're not going to need to hear this, but I'll tell you anyway. It's the moon. And that's a card that says to pay attention to the unconscious mind, meaning your dreams. Well, you know, you've done that. So,
yes.
You know, I just see things are going to be working out very well for you as you go along in life. That I don't see any speed bumps here at all. And I see you're doing well. You know, money, a little more money in life isn't going to be a problem, is it? So, you know, that'll be good.
That's right.
If you've been
That'll
through
be
any
great.
if you've been through any hard times lately, I have the ten of Swords, which is a card that means the worst is over. Life has tried its worst, and you're still here. So, yeah, it's just a good general reading here.
Oh, well, I'm happy for that.
Okay, I tell you
Nobody
what.
wants to hear gloom.
No, well, let me tell you this: if the dreams persist and you're still concerned about it, send me an email, and we'll read some cards there too on the house. You know, we'll continue it. We'll make it a continuation of this reading. Okay.
All right.
You can find me at my email is asktarot, ASKTAROT @earthlink.net. You can find me at askoneradio.com, at mojoacademy.org, at magic-works.com. Just Google Reverend Elliott's Magical Window. You'll find a way to contact me. And if this persists and you want to ask some more questions, because I'm not getting anything in response, which in itself is okay, you know,
Yeah.
then just please drop me a line and I'll be happy to take another look, all right?
Thank you very much, Elliot. You have a nice evening.
Thank you. Bye-bye now. Well, let's see. Now we're going to shuffle them up again. This is what I do. You know, I spend half the time shuffling cards, but I like them. I've been reading the same deck for so long now that I'm accustomed to it because it's an offshoot of the Rider-Waite Tarot deck, the Rider-Waite-Smith, actually, because Pamela Coleman Smith doesn't usually get enough credit for that one, but I like the way it looks. It's nice. I also have the Albano-Waite deck, which is a recolored version of the Rider-Waite deck from the 60s that is not quite as garishly yellow, and that's one of the things I don't like about that deck, is that it's so yellow. But hey, you know, maybe there was a sale on yellow paint. Who knows? You know, people aren't any different now than they were in the 1880s or 90s or 1910. You know, that's people are people. People don't really change. I've often wondered what the first human thought was, and it occurred to me that the first human thought was, what the hell was that? You know, a thunderclap, lightning bolt, a tree getting hit by lightning and blowing up in flames. You know, the early humans must have been so confused. There's some people who believe that humanity evolved because some apes ate psilocybin mushrooms. Geez, I got to get rid of these store-bought teeth here. The magical mushrooms advanced us. Now, I've never done any psychedelics because I have a really, really robust dream life and always have. I've done lucid dreaming too, where I'm aware that I'm dreaming and I control the dream and I go places. I wanted to write a book about that for so many years now, and I never got around to doing that because I couldn't quite find the tone I wanted, because a lot of books came out about lucid dreaming by a lot of rather stunted young men who thought it would be great to use lucid dreaming as a way to psychically ravish women they don't know. and that gave it a very bad image. Believe me, So, no, I don't. It took me a while for that, so I just couldn't. Christine in Trenton, Ontario is next in Canada. Hi, Christine. You're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
Well, I'm interested in what you have to tell me and share with me.
Well, what would you like to know? Just to look at the cards and see what pops up?
Yes, please.
Well, there you go. I'll do that for you. That's there's nothing as strange feeling as shuffling cards in a humid day. So they tend to stick a little bit, but these are okay. These are fine.
It is very.
I'm not a big lover of air conditioning. I don't like air conditioning. I can do without it. I haven't used it in quite a while. Well, what I see that you're a person who's comfortable being alone. Is that correct? I mean, it's not like you're a hermit or anything. It's just that you don't freak out if you're alone. Some people do. You're not
I'm
that.
okay with it.
Have you suffered a setback recently, any kind of a loss?
Yes.
Okay, because I have the Five of Cups here, which is a card similar to the Four of Cups, but it's a little more drastic. It shows a person looking at spilled cups, so there's loss. But there are two cups behind her that are fine, and just hasn't yet found those two cups, which means that the loss was bad, but it may not be as bad as you think overall, and you'll eventually grow out of it and see the other cups. After that is the Nine of Rods. That's a person who's prepared for the hardships in life. You've been around the block. You've suffered. You've endured a lot, and you're prepared. Is that correct?
That's true.
Okay. Well, that's a person who's got a bandage on her head too. So that means you're up for that. The Ace of Swords is here, and that's a very good card. The Ace of Swords means that you are starting to see life in a new way. The swords are mental activity many times. It's either that or strife, and I'm not getting any indication of struggle and strife here. The High Priestess is next. It shows me that you're a person of intuition and spirituality and empathy. Now, the key here is that you're evolving a new way of seeing things in life, and that's very difficult to do, and it causes many changes. But I see that you're doing it. Is that correct?
Yes, very much so.
You're growing and you're changing and you're evolving, and that's good. The first thing that happens, and this is why that first card about being okay alone is important. When we, and I'm telling you this from experience too, when we start changing, we lose friends. You be prepared to hear what happened to you a lot, and they don't really want to know. They don't want to know. You can tell them, but they don't care. The change is what scares them. The Ace of Cups is here. That means the Ace of Swords and the Ace of Cups are beginnings, the aces. That means something new is beginning emotionally and mentally for you, and that's great. That is a dynamic combination. You're growing both emotionally and intellectually. So the Wheel of Fortune says there's changes coming into your life, which is good. And the changes will be good for you. The Lover's card is here. That indicates a balance in life. The choice has to be made in terms of how we live our life, the sacred and the profane in the widest sense of the words, writ large, as they like to say today. But that's where you are now. You're growing and evolving, and you're changing, and it's going to be very, very, very good for you. So hang in there, okay? And keep going, because you're on a good path. One more card here. Let's see what we get. The Queen of Cups. That's a woman who's in charge of her emotions and is doing quite well. So I think you're going to have a very good future that you're shaping and you're molding and you're creating and you're letting life work with you. Okay, is that good enough? I think that's fine. I think it's a wonderful
thank you
reading.
very much.
My pleasure.
Thank you
I'm
very
going to
much.
light a candle to send positive energy your way after the show. How's that?
Oh, I would really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now. Now, let's try and get one more call in. Deanne in Boston is next. Did I get your name correctly?
Yes, Deanne. Hi. It's a pleasure to hear from you too.
Well, thank you for calling in. What can I look at for you?
Oh, well, I am 37 years old, and I have been single and celibate for the past 3 years. And I would really like to know if my love life is going to change anytime soon. It's just really hard. My friends are in relationships, and I'm just kind of tagging along, and I'm just wondering if what the card brought up for me in terms of relationships.
Well, the first card I got is the Lovers, so that seems to answer that one there. You know, that's a good one to get at the beginning for the question. And what else do we have here? Well, the Three of Rods is an interesting card. That is a card that means that you've done what you need to do and you're waiting for the results to come in. Literally, it involves business, but we're talking a larger scale here. You're doing well in terms of what you need to do to get to where you want to be. The Six of Swords is a card of some decks call it science. That is a card of a person who is getting from where she is to where she wants to be through mental activity. The Hierophant is next. Some decks call it the Priest, but it's a little less denominational. When the question involves love and romance, that always indicates marriages in the future. So,
In the future, wow.
Don't count yourself out, because the Page of Cups is here. Cups are emotion, affairs of the heart. The page is in the suit of kings, queens, knights, pages. The page is the physical appearance on the earthly plane of the thing registered by that suit. So that means that romance is indeed, absolutely, no question about it, headed your way. Now, this is a card I like.
I've been praying.
Well, it's coming. This card here, I had this earlier. It's the Four of Cups. That means that there may be somebody interested in you who hasn't made it known yet.
Okay.
In the romance setting, that's what that refers to. I found myself saying, just see if there's somebody whose attitude changes and brightens up when you enter the room. But how would you know? If you weren't in the room. But see who's paying a little extra attention to you, because it's somebody around you who generally hasn't made it known. So that's that's worth knowing. The next card here is the Star. That's another major card. That's a card of temperance. Temperance is balance, but this adds optimism and hope. So that's an excellent card here. That means you don't count yourself out. 37 is not the end of the world, but you've been on a hiatus, that's for sure, and you've grown from that, and it's going to help you out. I don't know if there's any other cards I need to look at. I mean, this doesn't bear on your question, but it's interesting. It's another page. It's the coins. So while romance and affairs of the heart are going to appear in your life, so is money. So there you go. That's pretty good.
Wow, this is very exciting.
Yeah, so I'm going to cut the card one more time. The Knight of Cups, you see? Now there you go. These cards are reacting to you. The Knight of Cups is the appearance of something new. The Knights are the appearance of something new. It's always kind of hypothetical. But it also means there'll be, if there's a relationship, it could be a very tempestuous one. Knights gallop around up and down, left and right, like the knight on the chessboard, and it goes in all directions. So you may have a relationship coming that will be a little bit tempestuous, but it's new, and it will be interesting. So there's nothing but good cards here. The 10 of Cups, which is happiness and joy and a happy home. I think that you're about due. You know, the cards. There's no speed bumps here at all. The cards are showing a very good time for you. So
Awesome. I have this crush on this guy. His name is Albie Serer. Is he going to ever contact me, or is it someone completely new that I've never even met before coming into my life?
Well, let's see. You know, maybe have you spoken to him about this, or are you keeping a distance? Because that could be the hand in the cloud. You know, that maybe he's thinking the same thing. So let's see, what do we have? Well, this is interesting. This is the Eight of Rods tells me that something is going to happen regarding this very soon. Okay. And the Six of Cups is here, and that's a card of like childhood memories and joys and romance all combined, you know. So that doesn't directly answer your question, but it's telling me that something is going to happen soon enough. There are things you can do psychically to get his attention, but I'm not a big fan of those, you know. There's a famous occult story about a man who wants desperately has a crush on this woman desperately, and he says, "Make me the kind of woman, make me the kind of man she would fall in love with." And he gets into a horrific car accident and loses all of his limbs, and she becomes his caretaker because she's always looking to take care of somebody. Now, you know, that's so I'm not a big believer in so-called love spells because they can backfire, but there are things you can do to enhance somebody's awareness of you. And if you want to send me an email, I can send you something, which is a minor, you know, it's a guided meditation that will would help you focus in your thoughts on this person, so maybe they can be reciprocated. How's that?
Yeah, that'd be wonderful. I love that. What's your name, sir? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
Oh, it's just look up, go online and look up Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, and you'll find 1,000 ways to contact me. Okay.
Reverend Elliot. Wow.
Yeah.
What a pleasure.
Great talking to you.
Wonderful.
I think you're headed for a very good time.
Thank you so very much.
I'm going to look at one more card.
So excited.
I'm looking at the one more card is the Two of Swords, which says nothing's happening right now, but then you know that, so big deal, right?
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, cards, right? So, but it's, I told you something's coming. That's what the Eight of Rods is. So you'll be okay. You're going to do all right.
Okay. Wonderful.
My pleasure. Thanks for calling.
Could you repeat your website, please?
You can find me at magic, MAGICK -works.com.
Magicworks.com. Okay,
yeah,
great.
MAGICK-works.com. And there's a contact page there. So I look forward to hearing from you, and I'll be happy to point you in the right direction with this, and probably I can link you to a place where you can get this meditation. No charge for that at all. You know, it's something. It's like a YouTube download thing. Okay.
Wonderful. Yeah, that's fantastic. Thank you.
My pleasure. Bye now. I've got to run. I'm coming to the end. I can't believe how fast this time. I wait all week for tonight to come by, and it's gone in an hour. So there you go. Right. So let's see now. What? Here we go. That's it. I mean, we're just about out of time. I just have a few minutes left. So I just want to remind you again that you can find all the books that I have and all of that at mojoacademy.org. I'd like to say to people there is a book there that will change your life. And I strongly suggest you take a look at that page, because these are excellent books about the magical arts, which we neglect at our peril, because it's part of human culture. It's something that has been developed over millennia, and it's not evil. It's not hocus pocus. It's not spell casting, although you know that can be done. I just don't think there's any reason for that 99% of the time. Take a look at the books there, and you'll see it'll tell you more about it. Especially my book on magic. It's a 300-page paperback, roughly 300 if I recall. It's called Reverend Elliot Explains It All. Now, there's a reason behind that title that is more than just my massive ego, but there's a reason for that. And it's worth reading if you're interested at all in how you can use these old, time-honored, time-tested, proven techniques to enhance your life. Do that. You'll also find there the book Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, which is a book in CD. I know that CDs are passé now, but there's still a use for them, and I know there are people who still want physical media. That this is a book that will teach you how to read cards for yourself, and then you can put me out of work. Thanks a lot, pal. Yeah, but the CD has actual readings that demonstrate things that are in the book. Now, my main site is magic-works.com, magic-works.com. I spell magic the old-fashioned way because I'm an old-fashioned ornery guy. And it is filled. There's over 100 pages there, and I check out the stats every once in a while, and I see to my delight that there are people who search around there and read all kinds of stuff. There's movies, there's videos, there's the difference being, there's Hollywood films there too that explain magic and deal with magic. There's more books. There's things you can download that are free downloads. I don't charge for these things. Like I said, look, financially, I'm okay. We all appreciate a little more, but I'm not going to monetize everything I do. That's to me, that's not worth it. That leads to so many bad decisions. This is just a thing I do out of the sheer joy of doing it. And magic-works.com has so many fascinating pages that I've worked on to bring this stuff home to people, especially the Reverend Elliot Explains It All. It's a wonderful little book, and I worked my heart out on that. So that's my ad misericordiam pitch, right? So there you go. I keep saying there you go tonight, and I don't know why. Isn't that something like Gilda Radner used to say 50 years ago on SNL? I don't know. But there you go, right? Doing it again. So look, I've got to get out of here in like a minute. And I've enjoyed this so much, you have no idea. I was in gross pain for the last few days. I had a medical accident occur, and you people just brighten my life so much. You have no idea how much energy I get from doing this, and it just lasts me. I won't go to sleep till 7 in the morning. I'm telling you that now. I'll be up till about 7 a.m. because you guys just energize me, and I absolutely love doing this. And I would do it more if I could, but I can't. Because there's other things to do in life, like making shaving soap for the 5% of men who are old-fashioned enough to use it. Check out that, too. I've got a new page at mojoacademy.org for the menthol shaving soap. So listen, until next week, that's it. That's the end of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window for another week. And remember, who you are is the universe's gift to you. Who you become is your gift right smack back to the universe. And don't think for a second that the universe is not a conscious being and appreciates you, because it made you and you're here for a reason. Bye-bye now.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic, all the way from the Gold Coast. I hope you're having an absolutely fantastic week wherever you are. And this amazing planet of ours, I mean, there's always plenty happening around the world, you know, from weather events to wars. But let's just sort of take a breath and sort of just enjoy the next half an hour and sort of chill out and sort of take a little bit of me time and sort of, you know, absorb what we're going to be talking about on the show and sort of see how that maybe fits in with your life this week. So this week, the Simply Tarot card of the week is the Magician. Now, the Magician's one of these very ambiguous cards because people sort of used to say to me, well, what does the Magician really mean? You know, I can see he's got his table there. He's got the 4 elements, the wands, the cups, the pentacles, and the swords. So what does the Magician mean? Well, the Magician actually is the card of the element of surprise. Now, the word surprise, we tend to sort of think of it always being good, but sometimes surprises aren't good. Sometimes they're bad. So the word surprise actually means something that you're not expecting. So it can go either way. It can be a positive or a negative. So when I see the Magician card come out in a reading, yes, I think about it as being the element of surprise. And, you know, I'm always prepared. It could be good and it could be maybe not so good. But I also look at that I have all the tools of the trade sitting in front of me on the table that says that I have everything that I need to achieve whatever it is that I'm setting out to achieve, or to combat maybe something that's not so good, that I have the tools, the way out. I have the answers. I have the solutions to be able to improve anything in my life. And I think that's what the Magician really means, is that you can be your own magician. You can pull a rabbit out of a hat if you need to, that you have the capabilities, you have the opportunities, you have the tools of the trade that are needed to make your life better, that you can improve any negative situation because everything's in front of you. It's not hidden. It's not behind you, it's in front of you, so that you can just pick up a tool and make things better. So in a way, it's a very positive card in that way, even if things do look bleak and, you know, you're going to be caught a little bit by surprise. You have the tools to be able to rectify the situation or move it along or improve it in some way that will help you. So the next time you see the Magician card come out in a reading, think about it in a positive way, not always a negative way. So astrologically, we're coming to the end of the Cancer cycle for this year. Happy birthday to all the Cancerians. It's a very powerful time of the year. It's where we certainly think about family and loved ones, and it doesn't matter what your star sign is. We tend to sort of focus more on family at this time of the year because that's what the Cancer energy is about sort of nurturing, caring, and sort of being super strong too, but maybe sort of trying to heal some of those family rifts that happen from time to time too, because everybody doesn't always see everything the same way. And it's interesting. You get a group of people together that should get on because they're blood related or related in some way. And sometimes that's the greatest distinction of all, is that everybody has a different opinion and thinks theirs is more important than the person sitting next to them or across the room. So families can be a mixed bag. It can be sometimes a great joy and sometimes a great sadness because, you know, not everybody gets along. But anyway, happy birthday to all the Cancerians. It's been an interesting time this year with cancers. I've been working with a lot of Cancerians over the last month, and a lot of them are making major changes at the moment. They're not satisfied with where things are, and they're sort of really outgrowing their current shell in a sense and looking for a new shell to sort of rehome themselves in. And I don't mean necessarily moving home, but they're sort of outgrowing many areas of their lives and starting to make expansion or changes or opportunities. So it really has been a very dynamic year this year for Cancers, and particularly around their birthday, where they really are gaining a lot of confidence, and that's really lovely to see. So, it's important that we honour what's sort of actually happening around us. So again, happy birthday to Cancers. So we have Jupiter, we have the Sun, which is in Cancer, is conjunct or holding hands, Jupiter, the planet of expansion and opportunity, but Jupiter is sitting in the next sign of Leo. So this makes it a rather unusual conjunction when you say that they're holding hands, because we've got Cancer, we've got the Sun sitting in Cancer, and the very last degree of that. And then we've got Jupiter, the planet of expansion and opportunity, has already jumped into the next sign, is in Leo. So it's almost like a little bit of a tug of war going on there. The Sun's sort of saying, I want to just bask in the glory and enjoy this sort of really secure, happy sort of feeling of being in Cancer for the last, 24 hours, and just sort of soaking that in and sort of feeling very, very comfortable. And Jupiter's sort of saying, but hang on a minute, come on, we've got to get to action. We've got to get things moving. It's time to get out there and strut your stuff and sort of bring in new opportunities and bring in opportunities that we haven't been able to do before because we didn't have the energy or the resources or whatever the case may be. So this is really affecting the water signs as well as the fire signs. So it is certainly affecting Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces, the opposite sign being Virgo, but it's also affecting, with this conjunction, Leo, Sagittarius and Aries, and the opposite sign of Libra. So those 8 signs are being really affected at the moment by this one conjunction, and the conjunction will be there for another 24, 48 hours, and then the energy will start to wind down. Now, I want to move on to Mercury. Now, Mercury is one of these planets that I talk about quite often on the show, but particularly 3 times a year when Mercury goes retrograde. And look, for all the years that I've been in astrology and I've tried to educate people about Mercury retrograde, I still find that a lot of people sort of say, yeah, I know all about it, and then, I didn't know that bit, or I didn't know I shouldn't post an important letter under that time, or I didn't know that I shouldn't sign a contract unless I really have to. So again, I'm going to reiterate, when Mercury is retrograde, and it has been for the last 3 weeks, it will turn direct on the 23rd of this month. But when we say it turns direct, you've got to allow 2 or 3 days past that for Mercury to really build up the momentum again of gaining his direct power. Just because he's stationary at the moment and he's ready to go direct on the 23rd doesn't mean on the 23rd miraculously everything's great and we don't have any complications with communication. It just means Mercury's starting. It's like starting the car up of a morning and you've turned the key, you've got it, you're letting it idle in the driveway and you're just letting it warm up. Well, that's what Mercury's doing. Mercury's just going to warm up in the next 48 hours. He hasn't ready to drive yet. He isn't ready to put the car in go. He's just sort of saying, let's just idle, let's just get it all warmed up and get ready. So with Mercury retrograde, it's been a really tricky Mercury retrograde this time. I've had lots of people sort of say to me, my cell phone's broken, my iPad's not working, my tablet's not working. I've supposedly got a message or an email, it didn't come through. I've sent a parcel, it didn't get there. Look, these are all typical Mercury retrogrades. Like it's the time when our internet service can go down. It's the time when you go to the ATM and it's broken. It's the time when I really stress that if you want to have a really important conversation with somebody, if it has to be during this time, make sure that you stop periodically and double check with them that they fully understand what you've been communicating. And it might seem very silly to sort of stop and say, now, did you really understand what I was saying? Give me some feedback. And then you'll be able to ascertain whether or not they fully were listening. Were they absorbing what you were saying, or were they just giving you lip service and thinking of something else? And it is not the time to sign a contract unless you absolutely desperately have to. And my advice with that is that you read it out aloud. When we read it in our, just looking at it on a screen or on a piece of paper, we don't always absorb everything that's written in something in an important document. If I have to sign something or give consent to something under under a Mercury retrograde, I always print it out. I read it out aloud a number of times to make sure that I haven't missed any important point. And that can save you a lot of heartache and a lot of headaches if you just take that simple step. It's not the time to sit down and have the heart to heart with your dearly beloved. If you're having some issues in your relationship, leave it until after the Mercury retrograde. Mercury's really gone direct, because again, people misinterpret, don't have their listening ears on, or feel that they're not being heard. And it's a time when a lot of arguments can sort of flare up because of this reason. So it's a time for the rest of us, if we haven't got anything major in our lives, to sort of slow down, smell the roses, smell the coffee a little bit. Just allow your mind to wander, because it can be a time of great healing and great letting go too. A lot of people have said to me in the last couple of weeks, oh, I'm getting a lot of flashbacks from the past. Well, this is Mercury's way of clearing. It's like what we used to do, defrag your hard drive. It's defragging your mind. It's releasing old things that are no longer useful to you, that we don't need to keep. They come back, you have one look at it and you give it the flick and say, I don't know why I kept that, but it was important at the time. And this is so we can make way for new memories and new things that are going to be coming in to our lives. We've got to make space for it. There's only so much room in our head and so much we can store away. We have to clear it out occasionally. So Mercury, as I said, is coming to an end, 23rd. By about the 25th, 26th, things will be sort of back, quote, to normal, and that's good. So it's been a difficult one because it's been in Cancer. It's really asked us to go in and really get in touch with our emotions, our feelings, and, family matters and anything that might have been really important to us. We've really had to dig deep and sort of look at where these triggers have been coming from. And I think that's the reason why we've had so many flashbacks to the past, is that we had to clear that out. Things that were once really important to us, that we held dear, that we locked away. We had to resolve those so that we can now move forward. Now, it's interesting because Venus, the planet of love and affection, is in Virgo. Now, this will apply to the whole 12 signs, not just the earth signs. If you are searching for love or you would like a new partner in your life, you need to really work with the Virgo energy. Now, the Virgo energy can be quite nitpicky. It can be sort of like standoffish. It can be quiet. It can be sort of gentle, but at the same time, it's sort of like doesn't say a lot. So if you're looking for love at the moment and you sort of think, oh, I'm being too picky or I'm being too finicky, no, you're not. It's the Virgo energy that's asking you to sort of up your game a little bit. Why would you want to attract somebody that was not right for you? We've all had relationships that didn't work out for various reasons. So why would we go back and look for somebody that's similar or be attracted to somebody similar when we knew that from past experience that didn't work? So why are we sort of looking? Because it's familiar. And that's the thing. We sometimes sort of go back and put our same feet in the same holes and make the same choices because it's familiar and it's safe and we know it. Now, Virgo here is asking you to step out of that. It's asking you to be incredibly critical. If you meet somebody tonight and you're out, at a dance and, you get an uncomfortable feeling in the pit of your stomach, then follow that. There's some reason why you're feeling uncomfortable. So I would be polite and move on. If you're feeling great about it, then that's good, but make sure you take your time. You don't just get caught up in the emotion of meeting somebody that's absolutely drop dead gorgeous and can't believe your luck. You've got to look past the shiny part of a person too. You've got to look at what is their soul, what do they stand for? And obviously, if you've just met them, you don't know everything about them straight away, but as time progresses, hopefully you will get to know a little bit more about them. So I'm going to ask you to be quite critical if you're attracting a new partner at this time. Don't sort of make allowances or sort of sidestep issues that are really big to you. If there's a big warning coming out, then make a hurried exit because there's a reason why it's being amplified and shown to you. By the same token, being critical like this can make you sort of really make sure that you get to know somebody very thoroughly. And that's a good thing too, because, sometimes I think we go into relationships way too fast. We don't take time to get to know somebody. Back in the olden days when people used to go a-courting, as they say, they were always seen in public places like parks and gardens and things like that, where they could spend some private time together and get to know each other, but it was still a very public place. And people took the time to get to know each other before they made that commitment commitment of becoming a relationship or getting married or living together. And this day and age, I think we could sort of take a leaf out of that sort of book and slow things down a little bit and truly get to know somebody. We have Uranus, the planet of the unusual and unexpected, is sitting in Gemini, and so is the planet Mars. They're not conjunct, they're not holding hands. Now, the reasons why I want to talk about these two planets, with all the stuff that's going on in the Middle East and with what's going on with world leaders and things like this, maybe, just maybe, with Uranus sitting in Gemini, that we might get some breakthroughs here that might come unexpectedly out of nowhere, seeming like 1 minute everything's looking hopeless, and then all of a sudden we get a breakthrough, because Uranus is like the bolt of lightning. It can strike the ground, it can change things very quickly. So let's hope that Uranus is going to stir things up in a way that maybe we might get a permanent breakthrough here. We might finally get some world peace. Wouldn't that be lovely? And with Mars also sitting here, Mars is the planet of action and sometimes referred to as the planet of war. But I would like to look at it in this case as the war of words. That, you know, with both of these planets sitting in Gemini, it's about communication, it's about local issues, it's about looking at it from a local standpoint, not always from a world standpoint. You know, what is going on over there? Why is it going on? Who's disrupting who's not playing fair? There's a lot of layers to this, and, you know, we can sit in our comfortable homes and say, oh, this shouldn't happen and that shouldn't happen, and it's affecting, you know, the price of petrol, and I've got to go to work. And they're all very real issues. I'm not saying they're not, but we maybe need to go back and look at what's happening over there locally to try and understand the complexities of what's happening, and let's hope we can get a Uranus breakthrough and things can be moved along quite quickly. I want to sort of just quickly touch on Chiron. Now, Chiron's not a planet. Chiron's the wounded healer. It's where we find in a chart where we need to heal. And it's sort of, you know, some people sort of say connected to past lives. Yes, it probably is in some way, but I look at it as the lessons that we've brought in, which, yes, are connected to past lives on a soul level. Now, Chiron has just moved into Taurus. So this is going to be affecting the Tauruses now, or the earth signs, for many, many years to come. So they're going to have to do some healing. They're going to have to look at healing the physical, emotional and well-being of themselves. It's going to be a bit of a tough ask. It's going to be maybe have to think differently, maybe look for different medical practitioners, look for different answers. Don't just keep putting your same feet in the same holes and saying, I'm not getting any different results. Dare to sort of look outside the square a little bit, you know, and look, there's so many different avenues this day and age, and look, you know, there's AIs and everything like that you can Google in or whatever and type in your information and up comes, you know, 1,000 different suggestions. Look, that's all well and fine, but don't forget that, you know, the medical people, the professional people have spent many, many years training to sort of help you and help you understand your medical condition or your emotional condition and how you can transform your life. So it's about, you know, yes, it's wonderful to have AI, but also don't forget AI isn't a trained medical practitioner, that we need to take notice of the people that have done the training that are there to help us as well. So we're going to take our first caller, which is Brenda in Mount Orab in Ohio. Are you there, Brenda?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, please, Brenda?
Yes, I just really have had a lot of obstacles here in my life recently, and I'm just trying to like head towards the positive. And I was wondering if there was anything that you could give me to maybe, you know, help me get there, or let me know I'm going the wrong way, or anything like that.
Well, I certainly don't think you're going the wrong way, Brenda. The first thing that they showed me, the symbolism of endings, change and transformation. Now, look, when we have that coming into our lives, it doesn't mean it's always easy. You know, sometimes we've got to sort of really push through to sort of break a cycle or to sort of complete something that we sort of think it shouldn't be this hard. Maybe I'm going the wrong way, but sometimes it's not that at all. It's showing us that we need to be a little bit stubborn or pig-headed or determined, whatever label you want to put on it, to push through this, that this is the only way we're truly going to get to where we need to go. It's interesting because they keep keep showing me that you're soul tired. It's like you get out of bed of a morning and you think, oh, I already feel like I've run a marathon, and the day hasn't even begun yet. And then you sort of, you push through that and you keep going and you achieve what you need to achieve for the day. I'm going to say to you, yes, I think you're doing a lot of work while you're sleeping of a night. There's a lot of activity going on, and that's why some mornings you wake up and you really do feel tired, and you are genuinely tired because you've been working all night while you've been sleeping on sort of trying to sort things out. They're showing me that by about the end of August, things are going to become a lot easier than what they've been. I'm still not going to say, Brenda, that everything's, sorted and you can say, yippee doodle dandy, I can move forward and I haven't got a care in the world. You're still going to have to put effort in, but you're certainly on the right track. Have you been contemplating making some changes to where you're living? Have you been moving the furniture around? Yeah, that to me was
I
sort
have
of
been
like,
getting furniture. I've been contemplating a move a little further from my job, and that's why I'm contemplating it, because it is a drive, and I work outside in construction, so it's a lot.
Right. Yeah. But if you were to move, do you think it would make you any happier?
It would cost me less. So I don't know if that's really where happiness lies, but it would cost me a whole lot less.
Well, I think it's got to be brought into the equation because, if it's going to cost you a lot less financially and even in travel time, they're big bonuses this day and age, you've got to think about everything right across the board. So, look, I'm not going to rule out a move. Would that happen before the end of the year?
Yes.
But sort of like from about October? Yeah, I sort of felt from about October was when.
Yeah. It's just still up in the air. We own property, and I've just been, contemplating on moving out there, and it's just a lot longer of a drive. So it's just kind of been up in the air.
Okay, so it's going to be not closer to work, it's going to be further away.
It can be further away from my job, but it'd be a lot cheaper in the long run. So.
Right. Okay. All right. So, look, I mean, obviously you've got a lot to weigh up, but I just sort of feel by October you'll know which way you're going to go as far as whether you're going to move or whether you're going to stay. I actually felt you were going to move, and I actually felt you were going to feel a lot happier in yourself, even though it may be a longer commute to work. It sort of seems like an easier commute in a sense, like you seem happy to do it, like you enjoy the drive. It seems to be a more pleasant drive than where you are now. But I did also sort of feel that once you've made the move, that it's like a lot of other things start to fall into place, Brenda. It's like, I think it's more like, because it feels more like home, it's where I need to be, sort of like I believe there's a place for everybody where we sort of, we can walk on the ground and we're saying, oh, good, I can exhale, I'm home. I feel secure. And that's what I'm feeling around that more than anything. So, look, you're definitely on the right path. Don't look at anything as being a negative. You've had to push through this. The decisions will come. You'll get out of bed one day and know exactly what to do. So until then, just keep putting one foot in front of the other, keep rearranging the furniture, do what feels right, and the answers will come. That's where we've got to leave Brenda now. We're going to talk with Terry in Houston in Texas. Are you there, Terry?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
Very well, thank you, Terry. Do you have a question I can answer for you, sweetie?
Well, kind of just a minor one. And other than that, I just kind of want to see what Spirit has to say to me. But I kind of thinking of doing a different part-time job. I'm a retired teacher, but I was thinking about changing to an after-school program rather than driving a bus or keep doing that, but adding this other. And I just wondered if that was kind of a good idea or just stay with what I'm doing.
Oh, I think it's a great idea. I think you need to get, no disrespect to being a bus driver. I mean, that in itself takes a lot of concentration and a lot of patience. And, obviously you love working with children. But I also sort of feel as if I want to get you back into something that gets your mind active again, that you feel like there's a new challenge there. So I think that's a good thing. It's interesting because they're showing me that, from a a different sort of perspective, that you're starting to open yourself up psychically. You know, you're starting to listen to the messages or the triggers and the things that are coming to you. And not all of it that's coming through is necessarily do we have to act on, but it's sort of like, you know, all of a sudden I get really strong feelings about things, and it's sort of like it's like it's super heightened, as if you're more aware of it now. It's probably always been there, but you've never really taken notice of it, or it seems as if it's more heightened at the moment. It is heightened more at the moment. So that's, you know, you're not wrong on that score. But I think it's also sort of trying to get you to open up to sort of like things don't always have to sit in little boxes, and we don't always have to put them up on a shelf. You know, sometimes we can do something that's different, that, you know, stretches us a little bit, makes us sort of think in a different way. These are all positives. And I think this is what the message is coming from the other side, is not everything has to stay the same, Terry. You know, like if you get an idea and you want to take up, you know, being the baseball coach, and you know absolutely nothing about baseball, well, then learn about it and do it. You know, like it's not about always about staying safe. And I think that's what the major message is not everything has to stay safe. And that's a good thing, because, you know, you've still got a lot to give the world. You've still got a lot to share with people, but it doesn't necessarily have to be in the traditional sense of teaching. You know, teaching comes in many different forms. It's, you know, it's sharing the knowledge. It's opening somebody up to a new experience. And I think there's a lot more of that to come for you. But I also sort of feel that you're going to just know things, and you don't even know how you know them. You just know them. Well, that's part of your opening yourself up, of listening to your own inner voice, or putting, you know, the label under a psychic ability or whatever label you want to put on it. But that's what it means, is you're finally listening to what your higher self has been trying to tell you or is sharing with you, and that's a good thing. So, you know, I think the next couple of years are going to be sort of quite exciting, because I can see you branching out and going into things that you never even dreamed of before, and thought, oh, that sounds like a good idea, I might try that, you know. And sort of your life is going to become incredibly full because of you trying new things, and that's great.
Yeah, that is great. So I just kind of need to keep listening, is what I'm at this point.
To listen to your inner voice, you know, like, and it might sometimes it's a whisper, and sometimes it's really loud. And, you know, you could be driving down the street and all of a sudden a song flashes into your mind, but you only hear, you know, 3 or 4 words in the song, and you think, that's interesting. Oh yeah, that makes sense. You know what I mean? And it's like, that's your inner voice giving you that little bit extra, that then you can sort of go with that. And I'm sure in all the years that you were teaching your students, your children, that you taught them to think outside the square, or to follow their heart, or, you know, to gravitate to what they felt natural to them. Well, you've got to start taking your own words of advice now, you know, like this is your learning curve. And, you know, sometimes I think as teachers, we forget that, you know, that we've got to swallow our own advice as well. So anyway, that's where we've got to leave it, Terry. I wish you well. I think it's a very exciting time, and you're going to have lots of adventures in the next few years. Anyway, that was lovely to talk with Terry. And, you know, it's always interesting as we're turning a corner, that we're going into something new, and people are sort of transitioning, you know, right around the world at the moment. There's lots of people transitioning to lots of different things. And, you know, it's an exciting time. But also, the most important thing I think most people are usually looking for is true love. You know, people sort of say that money makes the world go round. I'm not disputing that. We need money. That's part of society. But I truly think love is what makes the world go round. So today I want to leave you with a very, 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 very beautiful love song. Again, showing my age, I tend to like the older style of music more so than the modern hip hop stuff. And I think this was one of the most beautiful songs that was ever written, and certainly truly delivered beautifully. And it is called Truly by Lionel Richie. It's a beautiful love song, and it's timeless in my opinion. So enjoy your truly ever after with your special someone, if you're lucky enough to have someone by your side. And if you're not, be a little bit more like a Virgo, be a little bit more critical about the type of person that you want to bring in. So until next week, enjoy Lionel Richie and Truly. Bye for now.
Moonstruck. And now back to A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio, now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall, Psychic, all the way from the Gold Coast. Look, I hope you're having an absolutely fantastic week wherever you are in this planet of ours. There's always something going on. You know, in the war in the Middle East is still sort of cracking on, even though they claim that there's going to be a peace deal. And we can only hope and pray and cross our fingers and everything else that that's true, because it's time now for the world, I think, to come to peace. You know, it's time that we sort of collectively get together and say enough of this sort of nonsense, that we don't need wars. We don't need people running around beating their chest saying how wonderful they are. Let's live in a place of peace and harmony, and what a great world that would be then. Anyway, the Simply Tarot card of the week this week is the Seven of Pentacles. Now, it's a card of work frustrations. Now, not always when this card comes out does it mean that you're going to have a lot of arguments at work or not be particularly happy with what's going on at work. It can be the card of work frustrations. I tend to look at it more as being hard work